对，你想说的是，对啊，都是个比你慢，你大家对不对？
Or beginning?
Beginning.
Whoa.
Hi, Crystal. Good, how are you?
Don't worry too much. Call me crazy.
يستمعون إلى من يفوقهم تجربة واستطعنا خلال هذه السنوات أن نستمع إلى تجارب الرئام من الشخصيات الذين قدموا تجاربهم في ميادين عدة الإعلامي والثقافي والأدبي والفكر وغيرها وأجمل خلال ذلك نوع نسميه التجانس والتقارب بين الأجيال وهو الذي كنت أطمح إليه وشعرت الحمد لله أنه تحقق جزء من تلك الأمنية التي كانت تراودني. واختيار الشخصية ضمن الرواد الأساسيين الذين شاركوا في حضور الدائم واختيار جماعي الحقيقة أن الذي يصير من الرجاء وعدد الأخوة الذين وأرجو إليهم تعاقد أيضا تكون علاقات الواسعة مع كثير من الأطياف الثقافية والفكرية أستطيع أن أسمع البعض أنه يتنمى كثيرا من الأخوة من الرواد ومن الكبار الرموز الثقافية الموجودة لدينا يتمنحون عن أي رمزية للاحتفالية والتقدير والتكريم لهم ويشكرون أن ذلك واجبا عليهم يتمنحون لكنني في الحقيقة يعني قد يكون سلطة القانون التي أحيانا تغلب على
Okay, so basically these are demonstrators in order to hold in one place Are they, what's he doing? Are they just listening to them? Ah, okay. They're still chanting. Are you hearing them chant? Is that Allahu Akbar or just Yah saying?
Everybody wants and play along. That was a really and three sometimes they make swap it out, but I'll get Renee's probably the best person
Cindy.
to ask about whether they're reading that or whether I think it just depends. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's it. But like all three and typically the way it's happening is down to Okay. So if it
Yeah. Hey, Michael. Nice to meet you.
That's fine. Resident talk.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we could take Rosa real quick and get us back to you.
We'll take Octavia first.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. It looks like, I mean, looks like we're going to get some video. Thank you.
And then search by topic.
And then my login page was
Okay, what is your when you type that one up, then you get some information. HFT What is it? H-A-F-T. Or another hyphen. C-I-R. And I got the Q part. I got the half chocolate without the T. Yeah. Interesting. Read the color line 1. Okay. This is a tip comment. What time did you want it? Oh, this is my good friend. 9 after 11. Look at the cute dip. Yeah, we got it. Bang. Ethan Young. 87. It's a lovely tummy Toyota. Just 1 second. I'm good. Okay, you got it. Okay. Allie, Victoria. What? You looking for me? Okay, honey, you need to pull it to Gina. She's telling me lies. I'm telling you, Gina. Gina, line 5, please. Shoes up. Reza, shoes are down too. It's me and Reza.
Go Hey guys, let's push. You have a piece of video we're going to look at. Get it approved. I need it on Oh, come on. Look, I saw that. That was good. What? We should have her on the top of the It's pretty hot, dude. It's having a day. How far you know this is good hair. And your elbow. So if you hold your arm like this, right in the center. Good. No. No. Because I don't want to. I need it. 10:05. Check your line. Go right to Sarah. Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, one after, yes, okay. There were earlier kids that they were gathering at one after. An hour ago, yeah. Okay.
opposed to creating other pockets of protesters outside of
Okay, all right. Thank you later.
Will you guys pop on and on and talk and
See the wires. Yes. I can do the wires. Oh, okay. Cindy. I'll do that. I put it in a separate folder. Hey, Tommy.
Oh, they are behind on that server.
He also wants us. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Oh, really? I
Yeah, this Costa Rica meeting between the two presidents, do we have anybody there? Because Ben Fernandez gave me the name of a really good English speaker.
Understood.
Call who? I just got off the phone with him. He gave me the name of someone he said would be a real good stringer. I'm just trying to find out, do I need to send that to you and somebody here, or how would you prefer to go forward?
Please send it to me.
Okay, you and Christabel?
Yes, please.
Do we do anything with that? What are they saying now?
Well, no, actually,
in the streets, so we should be getting some stuff today. Cindy, did you do that? She was like so people with small handheld cameras and cars. Yeah, someone was doing video. So we'll get some video. I just thought
first one is today at 2:30 to 4:30.
Will you forward me that email? I know I have it. I just don't know. It's not
let me take any information you have at the moment. She's going to be right back. And you want, I'll just... Yes.
Nice try.
They go to G.
they're all dispersed.
Yes.
I know.
You want to try it, so I
And, I'll let her know and take this over and make sure that I have a stage and we'll talk to you.
You can just pick out the Wednesday if you want to try to get them over, that's fine. Did you watch the interview? Okay. Then you got the guy's name, send it over to him. And it's fine. Yeah, go ahead and send it as you want. Thank you so much.
I hear CNN, and I do sort of from now. Yeah, I hear you. Yes, I The light is on. Although this light is not on, right? Okay, it could be battery. Actually, the light is on. Check. Mic check. 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
Does somebody use them?
Anything now?
Yesterday. Really? Oh, yeah. So this is where you should see.
This is a structure by Los Angeles.
How was the rest of your day? You left at 3:30? No. 4:30. I went downstairs. I talked to the guy in Spanish a little bit. From 1:30 until 4. So I had my media source classes from 9:30 to 11. So I didn't went out and then went back and then just came back like at 4 or something.
Yeah, Jonathan, a lot of people anticipated this tension really escalating in the streets of Tehran. According to our observers, about 2,000 to 3,000 protesters trying to gather in a main square in downtown Tehran. And there to meet them is a few thousand security forces, and that's usually a recipe for violence, and that's what we've seen. We can confirm, according to our observers, at least 5 clashes between security forces and protesters. So I can tell you exactly where this is happening with our map. It's happening in Envelope or Revolution Square here in downtown Tehran. This is right near Tehran University. 2 years ago, this was a scene of another student protest that led to a deadly government crackdown. A lot of protesters are using this opportunity, this anniversary, to once again come out and protest the vote, despite government warnings. Government officials have said if you come out, there will be a crackdown, and that's what we're seeing. Let's go ahead and tell you the information that's coming to the Iran desk over the past couple of hours. Observers report seeing forces beating on protesters. One of our observers says he saw a man in his 30s with a bloody face being encouraged to go to an ambulance and everyone refusing. Also reports of what sounds like gunfire. Now that could be tear gas canisters being fired into the air, or it could be gunshots in an attempt to get people to disperse. On a couple of occasions, I got on the phone with one of the observers there in downtown Tehran, and I could clearly hear very loud chants of God's rage and down the dictators. Of course, the international media, including CNN, is banned from being in Tehran and covering the demonstration. But a lot of the information that we're getting is coinciding with a lot of Twitter activity. Check out what is coming in over the past couple of hours. Here's one scene. People moving. Camera working here today. Here's another one in the square with people besieging another one in protesters. So a lot of on Twitter coinciding with what observers are telling us, Jonathan. We haven't seen these types of clashes over the past couple of weeks because of the aggressive government crackdown against protesters. There's a lot of talk about today marking the 10th anniversary of the street protest. Not as big as 2 or 3 weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago, we saw 10 to sometimes hundreds of thousands of people. Protests today limited to Envelope Square right in front of Tehran University, but still significant considering the warnings coming out from government officials not taking
$100? Oh, can I have
Mine wore me out yesterday.
what's your name? Don't confuse it, please. That's the wrong one.
Jen Live.
Jen, that's the wrong one. No, the 20.
Yes.
You can pick those two. You don't want to
Is it Heidi in it?
see. Looks like it is.
Well, if we find somebody that we trust with stuff, so I can go there's other options. Space teacher of
Gotta make them
She thought it was the main person who contributed
Sorry, Paul. Line free?
all right, Katie.
He actually is maxed out.
Oh, in that case. Bobby is not in it, right? I'll check over there. No, don't. I mean, look, I'll check over there.
Cal's back in Beirut. His
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks, but now it looks like they're back. Things really starting to heat up in downtown Tehran. At times, they're getting ugly. According to a few observers on the ground in Tehran, about 2,000 to 3,000 protesters are trying to gather in a main square in downtown Tehran. There to meet them, a few thousand security forces, and that's usually a recipe for some violence, and that's exactly what we're seeing this hour. CNN confirmed at least 5 clashes between security forces and protesters. Let's go ahead and tell you exactly where this is happening. This is happening at Revolution Square, exactly over there, which is near Tehran University. Now, Tehran University 10 years ago was the scene of another protest that led to a deadly government crackdown. And protesters are using this anniversary to come out and protest these recent elections. And here's some things coming to the Iran desk within the past couple of hours. Observers report seeing forces beating protesters. One of our observers says he saw a man in his 30s with a bloody face being encouraged to get in an ambulance. what he was refusing. Also reports of what sound like gunshots. Now, there could be tear gas canisters being fired off or gunshots by security forces in an effort to get people to disperse. We're also getting reports of people wiping their eyes. Again, another indication of tear gas. On a couple of occasions, I got on the phone with two officers on the ground, and I could clearly hear very loud chants of God is great and death to the dictator. And again, after 2 weeks of the law, this is the first time some people, a couple of thousand people have come out. We have international media, including CNN, not allowed to be on the scene. What's interesting is some of the information we're confirming coincides with the activity on Twitter. Take a look at what we're seeing on Twitter. Few tweets coming in recently. People moving towards headline emergency, down with the dictator. This one says, Indalov Square, Revolution Square, packed with people. Besiegers beating on people, militia dispersing protesters. And we're always monitoring Iranian TV, state-funded TV. We can show a couple of them. No sign of any coverage of the activity going on right now in the downtown. But after a couple of weeks, Heidi, it looks like at least some protesters are back in the streets. On the state run, it's black and white, so it looks like possibly a history program. That is the Farsi language state-funded TV, and there you see the English language TV, which looks like an interview with a professor. But no sign of the activity going on at this hour at Revolution Square.
That was good, you guys are supposed to go on
Sure, no problem.
Spanish?
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying to translate it. The citizen, is that what it is? Oh.
Yeah, the citizen that has work. I mean, it's like desempeñado means like
Has been employed?
no. It's like employed is empleado.
Oh, yeah.
Desempeñado is like he did a task, he worked.
Okay.
Let me just read the whole thing. Yeah, who has been the so it's just that sometimes to translate they're like I need to go to Google and like choose the exact word for that because I have the context, but
Yeah.
so basically it says the citizen who has worked as who has the title, constitucional who has the title of the executive power could not be president or vice president of the republic. So whoever and actually desempeñado is in past or who has had, you know,
So someone who wants
who
one.
who has had the title of executive power is not allowed to be president or vice president of the republic.
Okay.
Who breaks this position or brings their own reform, or as like
With something that
he brings his own reform,
or
like
tries
the
to-
other ones who will support directly or indirectly.
or others who support him directly.
Indirectly.
Cesar
So
is
that
to
will
stop
be end. Yeah. Will
immediately.
yeah, will immediately end their tasks of their respective positions. You know what I mean?
Their tasks.
I mean,
Their job.
right. Their job would end if they support it. Basically, is what that's trying to say.
Okay. So it says will immediately.
So desempeño is like the actual work.
Okay.
Person.
The work of their respective.
Like they will just lose the ability of keep working, basically.
Yeah.
And
So-
they will be.
What is respective cargos?
That's their work, their respective
okay.
chart, like their respective works.
And quedar.
Quedarán inhabilitados. They will
And
be
remain unable for 10 years to exercise public function.
any exercise, yeah, any job that's within the public domain, like the public aspect area.
Public.
Yeah, but like any work that's in the public, like you cannot be a congressman.
Okay.
Like anything.
Thank you very much.
What do you do? Just leave her on the second line? Wait, stick your finger in there.
Jennifer, where's Gina? Gina is right here. Oh, hi. I'm sorry. I didn't see line 1.
There's a thing for legal today. If you want to
For
go
what?
to it. Saad sent me an email that said that I should plan to attend. It's
I think we should.
What did you do?
They're gonna be there tomorrow. Get singing, man.
I emailed that. I've never met him before. His number.
He was really nice. He was my he was my first supervisor.
Yeah, he should be mine.
Yeah, she said since I arrived, I was sent to school. But originally he was post?
I don't know, I was here the first day and they had all of us in a room and everyone supervisors coming to get them and no one came to get me.
Maybe they're like just having
Yeah, and then so somebody was emailing Saad and maybe somebody else was on Aaron and they're like, oh, this person, that person, and then they're like, we'll just bring you over here. There are 4 different ones today and tomorrow. It's on. So I might go to that one. At the end of the day.
Yeah, because I'm not one.
Or we could go to that one tomorrow.
Yeah, either one. Whatever you want to do.
I might just go to that one.
Yeah, just go to that one. That's fine. That way I can have lunch. So what's it about?
Illegal.
Did you send me?
He sent me this a while ago. Like before, maybe before you were here. I don't know. Well, the second one. Did you start?
When was it sent to you?
On the 2nd
of July. I was here.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, we will miss
No, I'm sure they want you to go.
Because what do you do you think we have like the same time? Session? So I don't know if you have like a legal aspect here. No. But, you know. Okay. Great. Did you go to an ethics meeting yesterday?
Yes.
I was planning to go, but I had to. What's it?
It's okay. It's kind of interesting. I don't want to say end the work of their respective work. And this says it means performance.
Performance, yeah.
And the performance? Stop performing?
Let me he who brings others who support stop like the privilege of performing theirs. You know, we'll have to stop performing.
Stop performing their respective work. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You like that?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I do. Okay, I wonder where Cindy is. Okay. Just let me first send her an email and then I'll also jump on.
Okay. Sorry, line 1.
Hello.
Steve, did you bring it? Bring it?
Your boss has it upstairs. You should have gone to the board meeting. I'm not sure.
Where are you?
Because if you're not, I'll be lying. Yeah, really, good minds.
Let me check it out.
Wait, what is she?
Sorry, line 5.
Hi, man, so glad you're back and everything's safe. We were just concerned, so I just want to...
Hello, that's fine. That's fine. Hello.
Can everybody help me to call GA, please?
Hello. โอ้นั่นเองนะหลอกนะ
Gina, line please.
This one doesn't.
Let's do this.
Okay, sai că mă văzut tot pe ăsta în adesea.
Hey man, how are you? Good video?
But what I do need to know how specific is when do we hear from you instead of just sort of being totally let's wait, which I have no problem saying you can do otherwise for 24 hours straight, whatever it ends up being. But I do need to give some kind of guidance to Cindy and Teresa and even Chip. We can expect to have this time to make a decision about what the best
Reza,
what should I tell them in that?
you want to talk to him?
If he has something to say, I mean, if he's going home, no.
So I think at that point, Teresa and Cindy are
Hi, how are you doing? Oh, okay. So what's going on? Anything?
Just to have a discussion, not to make a decision or to reply, just to say, hey, we're touching base. But actually, you know what, Cindy is also just replied by email, and I don't want to make you repeat this all today, but I know Cindy was so cool to talk to me. I apologize for tired, but the whole reason is all we can do is say, hey, we're not doing this for 2 days. It's possible that it's easier. We've been
When are you done? As soon as he's done.
Not the photo, but
I just
Huh.
Thank you so much.
How's living?
Well, it's
It's really cool. He's a really nice guy. He's like so.
Hey, Cindy, I want you to
We've been hanging out like a bunch of interns. Just something I mean, I got here and I didn't know anybody. So it was kind of cool, like, you know, he had, like, that he already had, like, really nice people in here.
Yeah, nice people.
So I just, you know,
I used to have lunch with them all the time.
yeah, they usually, well, no, I usually go.
Yeah. I guess since I've been working overnight. So.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's really nice that I was able to just, you know, just get it, like, stop. Yeah. At least I get to know people.
Well, I think they're using the anniversary as an excuse to come out.
Yeah, literally today. I like that. Here's the thing. There's two major websites to tell you about, and a lot of people inside the White House. Choose the big information about what's going on in your area.
You know, like, let me backtrack to the issue.
Dallas County, $104 million. About New York, New York, right there, just over $1 billion. All of this, every single county, the entire country, is listed at recovery.org. And I really appreciate
Okay, so we won't bother you before 7:30, okay? Thank you so very much. You take care of my ears. Thank
They're negotiating the right. Number one,
I put it right behind the screen. Okay.
We go through that.
Can you just ask for a Venti London Fog if it's called Venti London Fog?
asking security forces and protesters to make monitoring the situation one more than long. And this is the focus of the protesters. Trying to gather thousands of based on what we're hearing from our observers over the past 30 minutes, the security forces have been successful in finding some good and based on what our observers say, happened in one person these 4 or 5 instances where security forces and members of the pro-government militia have attacked people with weapons. Also, we're getting a lot of activity on Twitter that coincides with the information we're getting from our observers. Here's one tweet saying, scattered people reorganizing. After they've been dispersed, struggling to like square scattered people reorganizing, continue walking, shouting, don't be afraid, we are together. This is a chant we've heard over and over again. Another tweet, Patty asks, this is another place where young people gather, security forces attack violently wherever scattered. So what we're seeing on Twitter coinciding with what our observers have been telling us, it's been a couple of weeks where we haven't seen these types of clashes between security forces and protesters because of that crackdown. Today, government officials had warned people if they would come out, there would be a crackdown, and that's what we're seeing. Security forces crashing the U.S.
Yes. They put yes. It's exact. Once you see Leonard phone, they know exactly what to put into it. Everything normal, just normal, all the way. It is with the yes. Yes, it is.
You thought you got a wire.
No, this wire. The
Wires are right there. Right, yeah, I was trying to look for that number. You said maybe
Okay. Sorry for the there's no line 5 is GA.
I meant going to say later on, taking it to you. I know, I'm working on it.
That's what I'm assuming.
Everyone, this is Scotty. I'm Talia. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I've seen it on
Well, no, I do.
And so, right, and Gina's producing something.
I'll come say hello.
I heard your name.
Well, they
She's
get
very
it.
smart.
I just
I don't remember that. The girl with the white shirt.
Oh, Sanjay and I consider how long it was. By the way.
Ask them.
Nothing is happening.
Yeah, sure. She's like the box. Pretty the box.
And Jen is not done.
Have you met her? Have you met her? No, she
Larry sent an email to on my demons of need to have that conversation. Another thing.
Okay, Scott, thank you.
Right, that's what I think.
International residents here. Hey, is there anything for me to look at? Yes, yes. We have a lot. International residents. There's some similarity is the queen of perfect. She's in charge. Thank you, my dear. Bye. Oh, Marjorie? Oh, sorry. Let me just... Tanya, June? Hey, Gina. Octavia knows all the stuff you guys already have. She's pointing out that Reuters is now saying there's been arrests. She knows your plat. She knows all the cool stuff you guys have at home, but she just wanted you to know. International is done speaking. How do I fucking help? Oh, no problem. Yeah, that's me. Just kidding. I'm sorry. Just transferred my copy to you. Very short.
This one isn't right. Yeah, because I was afraid people would start asking me like real questions. The biggest ask to talk to.
Yeah, but like I had one real question right now that I actually did answer.
Oh.
We're doing a class. You know the last name of Atia that I actually heard.
Remember Joel? Have any spice?
It was like the first. Yeah. Who was it? No, someone that was gonna toss it to. Jen is Carissa? Oh, Carissa, line 5?
Did Shoes not say anything about arrests, people being detained? Did Shoes not say anything about people being detained or arrested?
He did not see any, he said. I told him that there are reports of people being arrested.
Reuters
He did
has
not
that.
see any.
Call Saeed and ask him.
But Reuters has it that they were arrested, right? Probably.
There's tweets about it too.
Cristobal, line 3?
This is the second round. So on the day of the first one. So I have to go get my love. You like? You like? I have out. I'm not doing the class. I can make it myself. Yeah, I know. Even when you see it come back, see, she said that. See, I'm going to do it and I start to do it. No. We'll do everything else. It's not going to be Oh, really? I'm going to the yoga class.
Yes. Pictures. Working on. Working on.
Good. Have we got
This, I just found this on Twitter. It says it's
Also, then here we have Tony.
Can you, that guy, Adam somebody, bring up the audio, type in there to get video full on.
That's hard to tell, isn't it?
But they were saying on Twitter they were covering their faces with masks so they wouldn't be identified.
Well, they did it all.
So that would jog. And they were holding up their phones, and there was a lot of God is great and death to the dictator.
Someone just put this on Twitter right now. Say that again. Someone just put it on Twitter right now.
Started over?
Yeah.
We do have reports of trash cans being used.
Yeah, so this seems to line up with what you were hearing. The mask covering the face. The sound. That's what we heard. We heard it that loud.
Sense for today, for some of the quality's worse.
And that sounds like what we were hearing. We were hearing both of those like that. I mean, sort of at that level.
Let's just watch the whole thing.
Trash cans burnt, tear gas.
I know somebody's saying that she's needing to other people use the
Saying come back.
Go back.
No, the guy was saying come back.
Burning thing.
Looks like a bus. Isn't that wheels?
That's the Khamenei.
What's on domestic? I'm getting what's on there.
And that's what they're chanting
So
today.
this one is Magba Khamenei.
What's that?
Clear Magba Khamenei as well.
So,
You had a spirit of Magba dictator and then the spirit of Magba Khamenei.
so we're going to go with this?
You know, I'm pretty comfortable this game today. The quality, we can say, is worse than usual because you can see the internet maybe slowed down and, you know, haven't seen it. Kind of jives with some of the descriptions we're hearing about burning this and, you know, offsetting whatever, tear gas and so forth. Something about resign. I don't get the first part of the chant. Quote that last. See if you can make sense of it. No, just
You heard it on a headset.
Something email me that link.
I mean, at the end it says resign, and then I'll put it again. Sorry, like 50 at 50. It's hard to make out. Reza, come in here. Just we'll take it to like 45. Okay. Let's see what you make out of that chant. But the istifa is obvious.
Was this on Twitter?
The resign.
Yeah, that's what I found it on Twitter.
How did you find it from Twitter?
Yeah, it was just, right.
But then go back to the actual.
Send it to who?
Oh, you missed my brother here. Go back to this one right here. Okay, but go back to the YouTube video. Does it say who posted it?
Oh no. Okay. I'm sure he's at one.
It kind of jives with what I wonder if someone else tweeted it.
iNews Network DE. I don't know what that is.
I need you to email me that link so I can put it up over there for his
come in a later
It
shift.
jives with all the descriptions.
Yeah, it
does.
So you guys want to get that?
Yeah, but I need to get it put up there first. So if you can send it to me, let me log
In the
in.
comments, it says that in the comments below the video, it says that this chanting is being specific for today. So I don't know if
Yeah, as soon as you can send it to me, that's
I hear you.
they were just trying to control the day. Someone said
No, I
that
didn't send the link in it.
but then he said they chanted this to government design.
Okay.
Yeah. See, you must put it on. Yeah.
it sounded like a bear.
No. Hi.
How are you?
That makes sense.
Guys, are we going with that video?
Yeah. Can you bring that up again? Yeah. Hang on. Pick up lines first. Just pick up lines.
Hey, Cindy.
No.
Oh, time on there.
Yeah.
Like that?
Okay. 40.
Yeah, 40.
این دولت کودتا یعنی government who has pulled out a coup. Resign. Yes. همونو میگفت نه؟ این دولت کودتا. Hey you, the government who pulled a coup. Resign. Or government of coup. Resign. I mean, you kind of have to explain what their meaning is. Hey, government of coup, resign.
The government of coup or that pulled off the coup?
Well, I mean, if you want to just kind of be short about it, hey, government of coup, resign. But then you can explain to them what they're talking about. Because they believe this government, pulled it, whatever. So there it is.
For us to get some video ready?
You can just say, if we bring it up to that, you can say it actually rhymes in Farsi, so they rhymed it together. Coup and resign rhyme in Farsi. Coup d'etat and istifa. Good job, both of you. Video and the translation.
So I kind of like go for it and then bring that in.
Just asking for you guys to stand by the screen.
You saw it on video.
When you give it 2 minutes, it's important to make the point. Gina, come on, 2 minutes.
Good, right?
Thank you.
Well, just coming into the Iran desk, the first piece of video from the protests and the clashes today. Let's go ahead and run it. This is a scene from either just what's going around there. Have been some clashes between security forces and protesters. Really started to beat up a couple of hours ago where protesters tried to gather where there was about hundreds of them putting farms. That's enough. There you see wild security forces trying to disperse some clashes, reports of people burning some chanting this particular video. You can't hear it, but people are chanting, the government will turn off the food, resign, resign. The chants obviously very aggressive, very pointed, directed at the government. Also chants of death to the dictator. Also chants of death to Khamenei, the supreme leader. Some chants that we haven't heard before. Of course, there had been a lull over the past couple of weeks. We hadn't seen these types of protests over the past couple of weeks. There was a lot of buzz, a lot of internet chatter. People use this opportunity to come out and protest the vote once again. That's just the result of today.
I was just watching it and I was like, what's that? And I'm okay, so people.
So this is done by iNews Network is the group which is now. They're based in iNews Network.
There's no audio. But right now.
iNews Network group. It's a new group just created.
Yes.
Cindy, this is a group just created after June 23rd. The video is put out, okay? It's based in the United States with people who are doing this. So, what the newspaper? They will put this video out right now. Are we going to change the classifier we are processing these videos? You know what I have been doing is I've been following a pattern. When we look at something and we decide we're going to use it, I send a link to whoever's sitting there. And I put a slot, ID number, location, shot date, elements, and I do that information. And so, but I think network DE usually stands for Germany. And then when you go even here, you find out that, channel views, so they started this, they've been in internet since June 21st. And then a new internet-based news network, news uninterrupted media will deal with issues. I think we need to check this too, right in the film, to make sure that we don't get into, because they're not just an average person, they're putting average person's thing into, Right. I'm telling you, it's cost money to buy a news organization who is claiming they're getting it from the people of the state. Well, we can contact you, but I need to get rights and clearances into, into the league.
Gina, do you want me to help do anything?
I just need to get that cutting system to have sound. I mean, right here it doesn't have sound.
Okay.
Quickly.
What I will do is
Alan, send to Alan.
I send him the information, then I review that.
So as soon as they yes, ma'am.
Remember got the air check? Let me just show you where the air checks are, just in case somebody asks me for this. I'm just gonna go to last week on the drive. Oh no! Do you know how to put stuff on the share drive? I always wanted to do that. I know it's just.
There's a thing you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
You fill out a form on here and submit it, and then they email
Or you can do it yourself. Yeah. I'll check that later. Let's go to the back.
Shop today. But it's posted today, but we don't know if it was shop today. We think it's shop today, though. Yeah. What did it say?
Janine is on one. Janine on one. Yeah, for you.
Okay, I'm just going to give you that number if I can. I honestly just don't know how to help. 404-827-1617 is the CNI. They might be probably even come from the middle of the day. But they just won't be at their seats like I tried to transfer. I can send you back down. It's just seeming like we'll look at it. Sure. Oh, sure.
That's only the first protest of actions we've seen over the past couple of years. We had the first piece of video coming into the Iran estimate used to be from the protest. I think it's dated July 9th. Go ahead and run that video. This is currently somewhere also reports of trash cans being burned. On a couple of occasions, I spoke to observers on the ground, and I could clearly hear loud chants of God is great, death to the dictator. Again, Tony, we haven't seen this in about a couple of weeks, and this, many observers agree, because of the aggressive government crackdown to put a stop to these types of protests. Many pointing to this day and say this is a barometer. Protest in 1999. They're using this opportunity to come back and tell the government, despite If you're still here, she's still close that day of the election.
So I have to sort of either myself or perhaps even Cindy will have to sort of sign off. So I need to just backtrack on the information. I think specifically so we know about the electoral protocols, the Washington government official problem, the Onion intelligence official making a link to Viking on their suit. So can we, I don't know how John P is.
What sparked those? And if you're natural, most students just give you an opportunity. Yes. We'll talk about different things.
So where experience is giving us that. So therefore, I should have no compulsion in looking at those difficult things, but with the information very specifically, we just see the intelligence.
Could you just use that? Yeah.
Please change me. He's getting caught.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so that's great. I will tell Trisha what you said, and I'll sign off on this. And this is
Only one. I really want to know.
yeah, I think just a portion of it, just a small portion. No problem. Families and also that week that they were
For about 2 minutes.
So it is 12/17 is your slated hit time. First they do a little tell on blast, 25, primary student, then out of that, we did confirm that we thought that we absolutely, he was able to do that at the end of the overnight. And have big pictures, big sort of hole in the ground and so on, people gathering after the shop. And then out of that, what it comes back to, they haven't gotten a toss yet, but it's basically going to just be Q&A, and actually, it starts having Q&A massive. So, that's surprising. It doesn't seem like there's your hormones thing. Is that okay? Do you want me to read you the words?
Yeah, they started about a couple of hours ago, and this is the first protest between security forces and protesters we've seen in the past couple of weeks. They're happening in Revolution Square, which is the main square in downtown Tehran. And we have a piece of video. This is a video that was posted on the internet about an hour ago. The location of this video for the day. I can't see this video for it does say July, which is today. Started happening about 8 hours ago. Based on videos like these, on the ground, there have been some flashes. One of these, Iran has intentionally confirmed these 5 flashes between security forces and protesters, where eyewitnesses describe meeting protesters.
Did you watch it? Did you know what's on there?
Fire by security forces or protesters, or they could be tear gas canisters. Eyewitnesses who say that they've seen people rub their eyes. Also, the chanting of your much more aggressive. I do not think the chants of God is greater than something on this occasion today, will also be the chants that our dictator leader, and also chants of hate resign. This very aggressive chant directed at the government. A lot of people pointing to this day as sort of a barometer of where protesters, the opposition movement, stood. Again, they've been away for a couple of weeks. Many observers have said that was because of the aggressive government crackdown. A lot of people were wondering if they show up in the streets today. The number is very difficult for our observers to nail down. They estimate between 2,000 or 3,000 people. But again, today they were met with thousands of security forces. From what we're hearing, they were all over the place in Emerald Square and Tehran University, and that's why you're seeing some of these flashes. Yes, speaking of Twitter, we've been monitoring Twitter as well. Again, we cannot confirm the information coming into Twitter, but they do coincide with some of the information coming from our observers. We've seen one tweet, scattered people organized.
Don't
be afraid we are together. This is another chant over and over again during the past few weeks during this protest. Here's another tweet. Veritas, this is another main square in Tehran. People gathered security forces. Besieging the militia trying to prevent in the square. Marshal freedom signs, victory signs. Here's a map of what this is all happening.
Cindy, I found something else that says video from today.
All the internet chatter was talking about were maps of this first. The plan was to meet here. Security forces, based on the observers, can tell you they were successful in dispersing. Now we're hearing pockets of resistance, pockets of protesters, north, east, west, especially around this area. That's all it's talking about. You should know cell phone activity.
No, where's this post though? It's on Twitter.
And now it's come on. Sure.
I don't know how you. No.
Yeah, in July 9th, 1999, there was a student protest after a very popular reformist paper was shut down. It was a very peaceful protest by students. That night, security forces overnight raided Tehran University based on all accounts.
We're good at this stuff.
One person was killed, and days, about 9 days after that incident, widespread
Off, right?
Okay, so you're not.
Oh, no, I haven't been here.
Okay,
What kind of things are you looking
I want to send that to Azaday to look at, okay?
What, do you know Azaday? I don't.
Yeah, send that to her just to have a look at, and then I'll get that to
What
the
kind of things are you looking for?
Exactly. Just have her, just tell her that was just tweeted, just a minute ago. So just make sure she sees it, and then we put it in the system and clear it.
Government orders, they will be crushed. It looks like
Okay, no problem. I'll collect Okay, all right.
pictures coming up.
Did you see Al Bickman, man? Thank you so much, Miss, okay?
The movie maker. What's that? The one that bird's eye stuff? Yeah.
It's a very efficient way of doing it. But it doesn't, when you listen to it, sound-wise, or what they're saying, you listen to
Okay, so he's saying that new is not bringing back. Hey, can you send it to Alan?
Okay, okay, look, Gina, we need to follow the process. You want this one right now to use
Right
it?
now,
Okay,
because...
we'll send it to him right now. You can just we'll send him information later.
Okay, yeah, LeMay wants it turned around
Okay.
lickety-split. So.
See, I'm worried about doing this kind of stuff because we were burned with it earlier.
He just has to say allegedly.
I just want you to know, Teresa became very cautious later.
I know, honey. I know. I was here.
She looked at the videos though and said they were okay. Do you want me to send this to?
Well, then send it to Teresa. But I remember I was here the whole time, so I remember what happened. We're fine.
What's the location for this?
Call it.
She processed it.
This new one.
Second one.
That's the second one. As LeMay wants to see that one too. I told him it wasn't anything big, and he said just as soon as you get it, let me have it. So.
Location is clear on.
Or so we think. Allegedly.
You just send it. 4shared.com is the one you just sent me, as Amy's concerned, well, the most of it, give me one second, I will look. I will look at the
Alan, that's the number of the second video, the Twitter video, not the YouTube.
Well, both of them were from Twitter. Were posted on Twitter.
That's right. I'll change the source. Yeah.
I just found another one that says it's from today, and I don't know if it's good or
it up? Yeah, he looks spiffy. Let's go, Reza. I want you on TV today. Come on.
It is going to be 205.
How are you? Hello, Loris, how are you? Can you put Sanjay Yi left shot on the server? Sanjay Yi is our reporter from Korea. Basically, what I would want, if you can, I'll show you how to put it on the server. You just need to follow the instruction and we should be fine. There's one other thing. How about we do it as an intern? You can sit down. As an intern project. Connor has a good idea about the story. Why you don't tell us if you want to answer this email and
Well, I actually saw yesterday something going on in Venezuela. So I read a wire. I just gave you a read a wire. Something was like the mayor
Better?
5-day hunger strike to raise awareness in front of the LAS and waters to raise awareness of the situation in Venezuela. Because after all the Honduras thing and the LAS so into it, then it's like also to try to bring some attention out to everything going on. Because also Zelaya, it's a support of Chavez, it's the president, whatever. It's like, you know, like a movement, I guess. Because it's like, they say like, Honduras has been in crisis for 10 days, Venezuela has been in crisis for 10 years. And it's like, what you want to do something, it's like, you know, so it's a movement that's going on there. It was pretty interesting when after I read The Wire, I monitored, and it was like, it's something's gonna come up for all of us. So we just want to like start doing research about it, digging up. I just mentioned to Don, and he told me that he would definitely help me to get the story out. So we can put it together, it would be great.
Okay, bastante okay? Love you. Bye. No, I'm not gonna forget. I love you. Bye. Oh my god, this baby that I have, I can't wait to see his face because he's just, seriously.
It's a boy.
It's a boy. It's more like an alien, seriously, inside of her because he's moving like.
Douglas Pierce tried to call you.
Who?
Douglas Pierce.
Yeah, he has something for Samson. I'm working on Octavia's piece. It's gonna be ready hopefully by 4 o'clock. And Frederick, does Frederick have to be his piece or not? Because I would like to watch it. Did he? Who's doing it? Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, good. Yeah, oh well. I was working with him till 1:30 in the morning, so just trying to...
People are very excited about this.
Yeah, so I want to make sure that we're not going to be, overlapping. Yeah, just want to make sure. I'll read his piece. Yeah, I'm going to read his piece though, but at least I'll get an idea because, just want to make sure and we'll go do it. We'll let you know. You want coffee? But it's no, seriously, it's like he's moving like crazy. It's so weird. My son never moved like this. My other son, because he moved only like an 8th month. And now she's like no, some of them are like just weird, I guess. They just want to get out so bad. I mean, like her stomach, seriously, like her stomach would be normal, all of a sudden it goes like an explosion. Like,
Anyway, she has a good story idea. We're going to try to get elements. My advice is try to research, state newspapers, government, anything, government newspaper, anti-government, anything. Try to make it as a nice piece. Get the elements ready, and I'll be sure you both use your name on it that you can get elements, and we can talk to actually the mayor or anybody over there and get a quote from, again, the constituent, anybody over there. We can talk about it. Yeah, that would be great. And a picture from over there, like a picture of him, his office working, his or phone or anything. We will have a survey. Why not? We'll try with fisher.com. And it would be great. My advice is to do this. Just that I want to talk to you about it, but I'm like so busy and I was so overtaken by the schedule because Amir's going to be gone for 2 weeks because of 2 babies. Yeah, we have 2 girls. Yeah, Miriam and Nord. You guys sent pictures later on, but my advice is whenever you have a good idea, try to
it in an email, but don't make it a long, crazy email because I always used to do that and nobody would give a damn and read it. My advice is just to highlight your good points.
Let's think of a sexy name.
Her script is already in. I'll take a look at it. I think it's Arab reaction or Arab outrage.
Venezuelan political leaders and landscape decoration outside OAS headquarters in Caracas, supporting the 5-day hunger strike of Mexico's mayor Veritas. The CNP, National School of Journalism, crisis with Ledesma as well while remaining in the headquarters of the OAS. They criticized the OAS, General Secretary Jose Miguel Sousa, and governments in Nicaragua, Bolivia, and Cuba. A document will be submitted to the OAS to Nazi Chavez violation.
Okay, well,
Their objectives
I read that part, but here's the thing. It's good, but if, like the last part, the objectives to raise, if we can get in a quote, it would be good. And also if we can get in like the counter quote, why they don't see this going to work, or it's, it's useless to have a hunger strike, and what's the point? And I don't know, even somebody saying, I don't know how this is going to affect his job running the city as a mayor. Anything, or like the newspaper saying, is he doing his job, or he's getting into the bigger politics? Is he looking for, a bigger picture, maybe running for president or something? Anything where you can just get it all together as a story and at the same time get a picture, read the news without money. But this is what I want to go back to your idea yesterday. If you can research it and get like the part from the Constitution.
I talked to Mariano today in Wired, and I told him everything that I researched and found, and he was like, I didn't understand it because he kept saying that he thought it was unconstitutional. He's never read the Constitution. How can you be calling something unconstitutional?
Did you talk to anybody in Espanol?
Yes, I went down there and talked to him.
Oh, okay, he's in Spanish. Okay,
I went over there to talk to Wired and but on there.
Yeah. Well, again, let's get somebody to talk about it. Let's see.
I think we're calling this whatever's happening in Honduras too, and I think we're taking a side by doing that, and I think that everyone else is, because it's true by definition is unconstitutional.
I know.
And by saying that it's
No, I actually thought about that. It's just that I didn't.
I typed that's why I had this.
Here's the thing. It's good that you do that, but at the same time, get the article, write it in the newspaper, this is what they said. Try to find a newspaper who supports your idea. Because think about it, as a journalist, you're not supposed to be, even though they are, you cannot be driven by your opinion. And I know it's not an opinion, it's a fact. I totally agree. But in order to find it back, get an analyst, get somebody, who say it, and who believe that what's happening is right, or there's some other concern, there's another story that is not being told. And try to get that, and we will push that. But it's extremely important to understand that when you're writing anything, you can't write it, as a blog. You have to write it as a story. You have to get somebody else to say it. Like most of the time when I start writing, I would say, this is my idea, this is what I believe happened. It's like, okay, it's great, but let's get somebody who can agree with me. And it's be their quote, not your quote. It's whatever. It's the way they're going to word it. It's the way they're going to say it. And sometimes if you talk to somebody, like, I'll tell you, I was doing a story on Lebanon, because everybody in the freaking media, Guardian, everybody had a question for it.
You guys aren't allowed to plot like you speak to a nation.
We're planning a coup.
Gathering to free people.
We're planning a coup, so wait for it.
But like I was thinking about, everybody was fighting with their because everybody kept saying Hezbollah going to win the nation, based on, all the outlets. And excuse my language, one stupid Western reporter goes to Lebanon, eat a freaking hummus dish, and eat a bread, does not make it a fucking matter. I'm like, what, I've been in Lebanon, and I don't understand Lebanese politics until now. You have a senior editor of Arab Affairs, who's been in this business for probably the last 20 years. And if you ask her, what do you think about the Lebanese election? Before the Lebanese election, she can tell you, we don't know. It's so unpredictable. So my point is, just because it's in the Guardian or the Time magazine, it doesn't mean shit. Okay, but in order to counter back, everything that is happening and what the fuck is the right way, I would like you saying, hold on a second, there's so many other standards aside from below. You have status quo, you have an explosion that will prevent the election from taking place, and you have the majority right now with no seats. So there are three other scenarios. So that's what happened. Actually the majority kept their seats, and they considered as a win. Instead of a loss, even though it was more of a status quo. But it's really hard to realize just because one leading newspaper in the U.S. or a magazine like Time or even the Guardian or anybody is trying to push for their own belief and own analysis. It doesn't mean that we have to all be like sheep and just like go like a herd of freaking flowers. But in order to fight it back, my dear, is I had to call somebody, and I love this guy who is an independent, intellectual in Lebanon, who ran for president, and it's so funny, I'm talking to him and I'm trying to make him agree on my point so I can get a freaking quote. So I give him my quote, damn it. So I'm talking to him and he goes, you know what, Saad? So he's really brilliant, he's really unbelievably great. He goes, I'm so sick of Lebanese politics, I'm thinking of my I swear. And so I'm like, okay, bye. So I called bookings. I'm like, okay, you give me a couple of people that I can talk to. Here's the story that I'm looking for. Here's what I want to know. Do you think anybody can give me more insight on what I should do? I want juicy quotes. I want somebody who can say what I want to hear, but in their own words. They gave me a couple of names. I called the first one. He gave me what I want. Boom, the wire's out. So I see your point, and I see your news, but at the same time, you need to think. How can you present the story? You cannot present the story by saying, here's my idea, here's where you're wrong. Get somebody to talk about it, write it, put it in the context, and you start in the beginning by saying, media, been reporting this and this. Analyst so-and-so disagree. He believed that based on the article, he did it. This is not a coup, this is the Constitution, because the Constitution allowed. Boom, you have a story. But if you guys just, and I'm sorry, I learned it from, back in management days in my previous company. It was like, you have a problem, you want to fix it, give me the solution. Don't just tell me you have a problem. And I do, and I see it. I clearly see it. But let's try to get analysts to say, let's try to find a newspaper who agree with you. Okay? And then we start by saying everybody would call it a coup. The president called it a coup.
When he called it that, it's not us speaking back.
Exactly. But let somebody else say it. So let's work on that. We'll push it. We'll have, a .com. Cool. So let's work on that, but let me show you. I want to put this on the share drive. It's going to take about 10 minutes of your time or so. You have to use a map over there. And then go back and work on your stuff. Let's.
I don't know how.
Gina, line 2, please, read. Gina, line 4. Sorry, 2 and 4, Gina. Let me know if I can help, though. I know there's one. Oh. Hey, Reed, just so you know, she's on the line with our big boss, the second manager, and the whole top line email. Thanks so much. Wait, just so you know, she's on the phone.
seconds in and talk.
I hear you.
Hey, that's fine. Hey, man, I'll answer that for you. Thank you. I sent you an email. You don't even read it. I sent you the email. I said the two girls. You know, she read her email. Thank you so much.
It's only 30 seconds, like the aerial shot of people in the streets, you know, as they, showing you, basically in Kashgar and
You hearing him, Rosie?
Yes, they said hello.
I have the track and put it on the older women and their staffing
That's why they call it Q. Here's another one here. This start today is a new person. So it is new, and you can say, yeah, I think this is, you can claim this is new. I'm probably
using that opportunity to come out. This is protest for the first time in a couple of weeks, and the actions as well between security forces and police. These videos show you that more than the speech perspective. This is where the protest started about 3 hours ago. Revolution Square, what you're about to look at is the you cannot confirm where this video is going, but it does match what our project on television. About 3 hours ago, hundreds of people gathered in Revolution Square. They were met there by security. There were a number of flashes. I want to say the crowd really started to grow. It was around 2,000 to 3,000 people. Many of them were dispersed. Some of them went north of Revolution Square to Park Street. That's exactly what you're seeing here today. So more video coming into the Iran desk.
There's no chanting.
Take a look at that. That video shows some of the crashes that took place today. Again, we emphasize we do have the date and the location of this video. Do we have that video? Can we roll that? There it is. But again, this video we're seeing matches what our eyewitnesses have been telling us over the past few hours. In this video, we're hearing a number of chants, and these chants getting more aggressive, more pointed, targeting the government. We do hear God is great. Also, we're hearing death to the dictator, death to Khamenei, and another chant that we hadn't heard before, hate government and pull off the coup, resign, resign. And all this started about 8 a.m. local time here, East Coast time, 5 p.m. local time in Iran. And at this point, there seems to be pockets of resistance. It's certainly not what we saw a few hours ago.
Melissa might have done that. Okay. Not on her carriage.
And then they're wearing, if you look at this, some of the dogs, they're wearing something that's like a helmet for nuts. See, this is the siege. That's what Susan said. The one totally black, like leather outfit. I don't see these normal streets. A lot of police presence, basically. But you know, I don't know if regular days.
Also the June, there's goodies. I know, I want to play that video for Talia June. You went on the phone when I...
I'm sorry, my dear. I was working.
I see this good video of Telephone. Oh my god.
Hey Cindy, I just got another video. رضا جون خوش اومدی چطوری؟
Really? Why? You know how little she is? You know how little she is? Smaller than Sarah.
Yet on the protests in the streets of Tehran for the first time in a couple of weeks, we have a new video coming into the broadcast. But before we show it to you, let's give it some perspective where it is. This is where the protest started about 3 hours ago. Police dispersed some of the protesters. They went north, and this is what I'm going to look at. This, according to this video, protesters were dispersed from Revolution Square. We cannot confirm the date's location, but it does match what observers have been telling us over the past 3 days. We also have video from earlier in the day that came to that shows some of the clashes between security forces and protesters. These are the first clashes that we've seen in about 2 weeks. Police officials had warned people not to come out to the streets, otherwise they warned of a crackdown. Some of the eyewitness accounts coming from the Iran desk. One eyewitness said a man with a bloody face was being encouraged to go into an ambulance. He refused. Several eyewitnesses reported members of the pro-government besieged beating people with the knives. Also, we're hearing some aggressive, pointed chants targeting the government. We're hearing death to the dictator, death to Khamenei. Also, a new one we're hearing today in the video that you're looking at. Hey, government, hold off the resign, resign. So Tony, there have been a lull over the past couple of weeks because of the government crackdown. Members of the opposition stayed home. A lot of people have their eyes on this day. Today, the 10th anniversary of the student protest back in July 1999. Members of the opposition movement, without approval from opposition leaders, apparently used this opportunity to come out on the streets and protest the Iranians say they were innocent diplomats, but Americans say these were members of Revolutionary Guards. They had been kept for some time, but they were released today. By the way, we have been monitoring Iranian state-funded television. No indication of any coverage of the situation in Revolution Square, the protest, but that news that we were talking about, the release of these individuals, that was the top story in some of these newscasts.
I know, I've always done that. I've always done this. He was like, I'll see you first. How about little dance? That's why. Here it is.
I filed that It's consistent with what she's done. Everything is beginning you see a lot, and then you see one guy, you see one girl in white shirt, black jacket, and another one in like a written out, like totally on the nice got his black helmet. And it looks like a match. So very few of them gathered to perform.
Hardest to learn.
Italia.
It's all about buying chicken. What's up the daily news? My son, check Josh first. It was just one thing out and everybody
First time ever. I feel so empowered. It took an hour. And then she goes to the tire shop. And it's been 5 minutes. It took me an hour. It was a lot of fun.
I will put in, I'll put in what I can. No, I actually have to talk to you about that right after that. I'll call you. Oh, are we still too early? Should we come sit down No, I'd rather just get this done because I'm just going to grab lunch and bring it up. Are you going to start right now? Or do you want to start right now? Okay. So you're not?
I mean, I could start this now.
Yeah. Or they'll stay. Gotta put hide there. If not, then I'll just bring it up.
Not yet. But I mean, it's running. I'm sorry. It's running. I'm just
but not
fully
full
there.
on
Yeah.
person. Sarah, this is my cousin Miriam. At the highway.
You know that.
So with the hiding post-election day, we had like full-on two-quarters podcast with Ted Eisenman was after Reza came back. And then we had two concerts. We had Marcia says Sarah is fluent. Marcia speaks. She's on the website.
I have friends around, so they get videos, they send it to me, and they're good videos, and trust friends, and I let them know, and then they look at it, if they think and it's worthy, we can run it, they run it.
So we don't just public media. Sarah was talking and like I was up there one day when they were working me around this video and so they'd be looking at me, they'd be looking at me. Well, I think that's week was that
about 11 days.
Yeah, they have to really, it's like, I have someone who was born on that street, instead it says,
yeah,
it took 2 days.
So someone would come in and say, yeah, I shot these pictures of these things that happened in such and such square. And so then all the folks who actually had been on the so they say to me this and that, I was in Starbucks on the corner, whatever. And so that's something that I'm really clear of saying this is
And then at the same time, we look at all these Persian or Farsi websites to see what they are saying, what's the need, so they could get the news right from the country. But likely there are a lot of people that feel like
Eyewitness accounts of how you as one eyewitness right here and a lot of things encouraging to get an also reports of what
to look at the video. Because he said they couldn't look at it on my Facebook, so for some reason they couldn't, so I came to log in on my Facebook. But she's been busy.
We'll go in and look at their control, and I think we may see
Jennifer.
Sarah.
Number one, I just want to show her the video. I want to send you the video. Who said that?
So how it goes? Good?
Do you want to look at the video?
Sure.
Because I have to go to the show.
You found new videos?
I found new videos. Here, this one. And then the one that I had actually, this was
Cindy, I'm so sorry, but I have to go back to CNNI. Do you mind to watch this?
Is that one on your Facebook, Sarah?
Yeah, for some reason
That's the one from my Facebook.
Yeah.
I don't think you looked at one of them. Let me see if I can.
Yeah.
Is that the one from the window? I like that. I looked at that. I
Oh, you already
cleared
saw this
that.
one?
Yeah,
Oh.
play down. This is the one that shows the security guys, right?
Yeah, at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like that one. Okay, next video, Sarah. Line them up, team. This is the night wave. They're saying all the Akbar. She explains it in the beginning.
Day after election. What else? Day after election. People are doing such and such.
Did you find it good?
She explained, but I think
Seventh day?
yeah, I think they already used that one.
Where are you going? Cafeteria?
So if you compare it, this is the day after the election. People are protesting. They cut off all the mobile phones so that people can't call and text each other. And the internet's gone too. There's absolutely, you can't get on the internet. They're doing this to keep the people quiet, but people are shouting from the roof. They're saying, Allah Akbar, God is great, and also death to the dictatorship. This is stuff that they said when they saw this thing over there and they were protesting against Islam. People are going to the roof.
This girl picked up her voice down.
People are running by. Over here, the song.
And then look what she got.
And people are very silent. Look out of the objection.
Maybe for the sake of how can I get the
I don't know. I think they're setting on firecrackers.
another gunshot. Can you get this reading today? Yeah. I wanted to listen to it.
package. Yeah, we have to. Why don't you cut it into when she goes back? Put on a CD or a tape rather than anything else to look at.
Yeah, there's this one. There's a lot of people with their hands up there.
Huh? What is that? Oh, we don't have that.
That's today, though. And then this one, it's kind of long. It's just an overhead. A lot of people on the street.
And that says today also. Hello, Cindy. I'm fine. How are you? Have you been in a tunnel or a hole or what? Hold on a second. You pause that. Well, haven't you and Joe been in a hole or a tunnel or something? That was good. Very well written. I appreciate it. You did that. I think we're excited. I think it's this police presence all we have.
What?
Police presence. Crazy about it. We have a lot of police presence.
Police video. Sorry, Gina.
I'm just afraid that somebody is going to get me. I mean, that, Gina's going to pick herself up. That's not the
So Drew's gonna come down and find you. We're gonna go downstairs and meet Patty and Robert downstairs.
Only for the charity of the cities and something exciting.
Reza, let's go with this stuff. What's that? Let's go with these pictures, video.
They're going to figure out where they're going down the horses.
Right, and we said not to Yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is like of all the stuff that we're seeing,
All right, we're going to get you on before we say goodbye at 1 o'clock. So, in the next 20 minutes, all right?
to me, that's better than anything else I got going on. So why wouldn't you just start it today?
So, there was a
But, if
about Lisa was our planning unit.
They tell me that because it keeps me from breaking out. It's really not true. They just say, geez, give us the world.
someone is calling from Iran online too. Even though it's going like, oh, your name was Robert. I switched gears here.
whole bunch of people doing stuff, put into this. Bruce over there is doing the Mideast, Hong Kong, sleep.
There's some complicated issues.
What I'm going to do is go ahead and post some Right. Well, my intention is to reply to the email and say, hello, next no longer in Afghanistan,
Good to see you.
available, or any way possible we can apply them into this embed, a few days later, and make it for 3 people. I mean, you want to say vacation. Well, I'm gonna just put Teresa let Ozzy and Mary go on the dog. And then what I've been looking at all this tape recently of all these Brit soldiers, these Afghani soldiers. So, I mean, that's part of what this issue was they said yesterday. Anyway, all right. Doesn't mean that they're going to come back to work. Fade away. I mean, do you think they're going to engage? Yeah.
Okay, ready to start it? How far along?
Yep.
Not very far.
Well, let me. I'm going to reply to this stuff, and I'm going to say, copy you on the email, and I'll give it to you to talk to Yeah, I'll put you and Bruce on it. I'll just say, hey, Mike's not available. Mike's coming in. Just wait up till next day. And then I'll leave it to you. On the 15th. Okay, I'll do that. All right, okay, and then I'll let Gina talk to the client. I get the phone call, and you're calling me because you're like sending prioritize here. I get that. And if I needed to, I'd say, screw that. I mean, get out, get the great guy, get Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
If you get an invite, if not, you're going to buy more.
What's the web name? DNG View/machines.
John means my life. John is life.
What is that?
It's a Turkish word. My life. Probably, whatever. Why did we get back to the Yeah, we're distant cousins.
Okay, all right. Well, let me copy you on this email, and then I'll let you.
So how are you pricing it just to see? So
Thanks, Ivan. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter then?
No, just send it to him, whatever. I mean, because he just needs the numbers that aren't on the list.
Should I signal mine?
There's some nice demonstration video. It is home protest, Cindy.
Huh?
There's new video of home protest in the street. A lot of middle-aged people waving signs. A lot of crowd.
Are they doing
It's much
this?
more crowd than we have seen.
Okay.
So we're gonna cut that down.
Is that the one you found with the people doing this?
Yeah, I did find that one. I don't know.
It's this one, right? Where they're going like this? Let me look at
I'm
it.
not sure if it's the same one, but anyway.
What? She?
Yeah.
That's not rush.
I know, it's just that there was, I mean, each festival, she said I can hang out there, you know, like
You sit there for...
I just actually ate.
They're clapping. I'm sitting in your car. Yeah. Whistles.
It's DNG View/machines.
He said DG. Put DG View, these are and then, no, DG Web.
Earweb. DNG.
So my DG said, oh, earweb.
Good sound? Oh, I gotta get to Obama now, too.
Claudia, did you hear anything? Were you able to listen? Okay.
I don't know if we need all of that.
Let me tell you. So you're, okay, now you're not on DG.
However you think.
So I just,
I'd love to.
Back to back.
I just said that some GA is exhausted for July. Has gone in celebrate. Then I guess that's the state of law. On the side. We're supposed to get, more details on that.
Gina.
Gina,
Yes.
confused person on international line 1.
Like this? I get it. Are you cool?
Talia, line 4.
Thanks very much.
So is it here, if it says here Berlin, Claudia, also, and here it says Berlin, Diana, Marta. It is Berlin, right?
Yeah.
So that's
So I would just write that it says on there that it's Claudia.
Yes.
What's the first VO that they'll roll after this?
Well, you tell me which one you want first.
Just I feel like I don't
Stand by.
Cindy, do you want to use which, do you want to decide which pictures we should use?
Marissa, you need to use that for yours. I'll use
But I don't know if the things that are on this list that are on here. Oh, no. There were a lot that were on here. I guess. I'm just gonna get that up.
Hey, I just needed a rundown on what's happening internationally. Are you guys able to get really
Tony, you're rocking that fast. Thank you so much. We have a packed hour for you. You need to stay tuned and listen to this. We've got news out of Chicago, out of Philadelphia. I'm Ali Belchi, sitting in for Kara Phillips. We are at the Iran desk. We have news out of Tehran. Let's go straight to Reza Saya, who's following this for us. Reza, what do you got?
NC protests in the streets of Tehran about 11 days have changed today. Protests, demonstrations, and clashes. New video coming into the Iran desk posted on the internet. And we emphasize a location picture, but it doesn't match what our eyewitnesses are saying on the ground. You can see demonstrators there, some burned tractors. Also today, some new video coming in. This is protesters on Broadcast Street, right north of Revolution Square, where this protest started. To give you some perspective of where this all started. This is a map of where the protest started about 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. local time. Protesters met with under security forces, thousands of them boarding time. They dispersed, and now this is what is the last hour. Pockets of protesters on side streets, car gas stations, on the video. And we can show you some video from earlier today coming into the Iran desk that actually shows some of the clashes. Protesters dealing with security officers, some burning trash bins. People anticipating this, they warned, the government warned, don't come out. Something that this is separate and apart from the election protest. And they might be some of the same people that we have protest on the election. And now we've done this protest on the 10th anniversary of these two protests. It's safe to say the opposition movement used this opportunity, this 10-year anniversary, to come out and protest. Haven't seen a chance. Now they will build a 10-year anniversary. These are some of the chants that were Today, some of these videos will appear executives dictating what the dominating the Supreme Leader, a new one today, a government will hold off the coup, resign. Getting aggressive, pointed a chance of targeting the government.
Reza, you have seen this develop from the beginning. It seems like the protest movement has weakened a little bit with the government press. Now, to hear chants like this, does this mean that there's new blood in the protest, or there's something happening that they're not afraid of those paramilitary gangs beating them and doing the things that they're doing?
It's safe to say these are the hardcore protesters. I mean, I think overall, the aggressive security factor scared off most people. Not people pointing to this day and said this is going to be a barometer that this thing is alive. Opposition leaders over there could come out and making statements on their website. The question was, where was the opposition movement or supporters? And this is an indication that at least some of them are outside. We should emphasize these demonstrations today nowhere near the size of what we saw in previous week. I would estimate based on eyewitnesses have seen 3,000 to 4,000 people in this particular.
Now, we've got still a virtual media blackout there. This video that you're getting is still amateur video.
It is amateur video. We're talking to eyewitnesses on the ground. Also, we're monitoring Twitter. Some of what we're seeing on Twitter does match some of what we're seeing from our eyewitnesses and video. Leading protesters in Revolution Square and Van Eyck Square. Yes. But they do actually coincide with some of the videos.
Okay, so you've got a good picture of what's going on inside Iran. These demonstrations are actually going on outside of Iran as well. There are rallies planned in a number of major cities: New York, Los Angeles, Washington, Toronto, Munich, just to name a few. Reza and CNN's Iran desk are watching these developments inside and outside of Iran. I want to take you to another story now. Here in the United States, it is truly a fascinating and macabre story that's been developing today. It's in 300 grave sites, possibly 300 grave sites, have been desecrated. Why? They've actually had the graves pulled out. I think we're still looking at Tehran right now, but we're going to show you what's going on in Chicago in just a moment. We've got 40 grave sites. Listen to this. This is an old cemetery. Grave sites have been dug up, and those plots have been sold to other people. The money has been pocketed. There are people under arrest. That's the picture you see from the grave site in Chicago. Let's go to Cheryl, who's at the grave site. She's following this story for us. Cheryl, what on earth is going on?
I was never on the phone with anybody.
This story is developing right now. There are people at the cemetery. I guess they're investigating. They're doing some digging. What is happening? What do you do when you can't find your brother? What are they doing about this? Buried at this cemetery, but after having been lynched in Mississippi, we will be talking to his cousin a little later in the show to see what has happened to his remains and what's going on. Cheryl, thank you very much. Let's stay on top of the story. We will stay on top of this story. Quite a shocking story. All right, let's leave Chicago for a moment. Let's go to Philadelphia now. Another shocking story. This one is tough to believe, but we are still getting information about it. We're not going to
Are you hearing internationally?
spare, so it's for reporters, so I'm guessing spare to anyone who want it. And then here it says spare, but it says Todd Baxter, and here it says baby.
Just say that on the line it says Todd Baxter.
Jennifer Smith is taking over. Sure.
Always. But something that means we have like one. Thank you. That would be great.
No, they were. The government has said you should come out and look at the action, crackdown, their orders, and some of the most hardcore elements of the opposition that buy that order, and they did come out. Some new video of these demonstrations. Okay. I'm going to see if the body goes on there. There's the faces on the internet. What I witnessed is that he found over the past few hours and posted online. Such a good look at security forces.
Randy, you're in it.
I'll get out of it. These lying street helmets of the times. These are things that we hear over the past few hours.
Are you at the year-round demo?
This is where
What's going on? A lot of
4
stuff?
hours ago, 1 p.m. local time in Revolution Square. And the plan was for these demonstrators to gather in the square. They were met with thousands of security forces and security forces dispersed. Now what we've been doing has now pockets of resistance, pockets of protest.
He couldn't be in it because I was in it.
Surrounding Revolution Square. I think we do have some video that came in earlier.
I was wondering if you
Yeah.
500 maybe.
Some protesters, some burning trash cans. We've been getting eyewitness accounts over the past 4 hours. One eyewitness saw a man with a bloody face, perhaps a victim of security forces. Many eyewitnesses saying they saw police officers with batons breathing on people on the phone a couple of times. When I was talking to eyewitnesses, I could clearly hear loud chanting. And really, these chants are getting more and more aggressive. We've heard God is great throughout the past few weeks, but today, if you listen to some of these videos, you can clearly hear death to the dictator, death to the holiday, which is the rise of the leader. Also, a new chant today, a government that pulled off to resign. So, you know what? This was a day many people pointed to as a barometer of where they stood for supporters of the opposition movement. They hadn't been out because of the government crackdown, but some of them certainly made a showing today. And as government officials responded, they were met with a crackdown. Well, it's going to be difficult because opposition to Mayor Hussein Moussavi, the frontal presidential candidate, it doesn't appear that he has any political or legal recourse. He has indicated that he doesn't want any more protests. In fact, we should note that there's no reliance to be a part of this protest. This is something that happens spontaneously among supporters. He has indicated that he wants to put a political party together, but certainly some supporters of the opposition want some more quicker action. Another thing is where the clerics stand. Those security forces are to the opposition. Many say that the clerics move on to the opposition and protest the election that happened. That could be. Even they appear divided. Some have gone with the opposition. Others have gone with the
Thank you so much.
Oh, actually, fast.
Gina. Reza, Vicky on 5. Big fan. That was
stop doing Yes. We'll figure out what that can do, but yeah, we'll sort it out. The rest is getting a little bit of lip from our mouth.
Christabel Nesta is on one. I mean, it might, but it doesn't ring.
It does work, but it doesn't ring.
Oh, so I guess I'm just answer it.
Yeah, whenever you see it, when you hear the rest of them ringing and see one. These are the ones who they're there and do different stuff. So I go with and copy and put it in a file. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So is Russell ready?
Nothing's going on with Honduras right now.
How are you?
Some information. Very
I just said what the real backstory is. Actually, I can't see the checkbooks. I don't know what that means. I just said I can't send that book. That's all I said.
Yeah.
He said it's wrong here.
Yes.
What's wrong
It
here?
was like the White House and shooting on the plane.
And like you said something a little about.
Yeah.
No, I was here.
Yeah, and then he said it's wrong here. That's pretty good.
I actually read it. Like the first time I read it on the house show. Like not so common sense. And I was like, what? Whatever. I didn't pay attention. And then I was there. I didn't think it was like, no. It's not funny. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe this guy was like.
Oh, that's because I listened to one that the thing they gave me
Well, they didn't cut it. And then they cut it.
Civil engineer on the Peruvian sector was, considering parts that the John and Chetta, and they're united from so many different places. But civil engineer, you count them all, even though their heart is, actually there's I need to find the exact words, I mean it can be so information based on some, I think that they're trying to do considering like one united, but their hearts are so disparate. It's so sharp that they're not united. I have seen it. Let me see if it is
I have to say
Maybe because it's a Quran and they feel so sensitive about, you know what I mean? Like when it comes to the Quran, they like to keep it in the Arabic language even though because they read it in Arabic.
but they don't really understand it.
Yeah, talk to me, sir? I thought I'd have our meeting down here. What are they doing here now?
I'm sorry. Well, they're doing everything. They're doing Reza and then CNN US is doing talking to the principal, two cameras.
I mean, it's down here anchoring again.
You want D8 first, or you want?
We have had some sleep, haven't we?
No, we haven't. But
You guys
Do that from here?
but you know something? We were talking the other day. That was a very effective technique. For something very
Because I'm with Philippines trying to find out who knows it's
that just shows that power.
Everyone has food.
Do the stuff and get it done. You guys did a great job. Watch it.
Ali and Reza. Ali and Kareem Reza.
But they're both guys.
Line 1.
Enjoys it. You know?
Detroit. Country and
It's America.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Oh, let's watch this. Domestic anywhere? This is it.
15 seconds. 10 seconds. Stand by.
Ooh, makes me nervous.
A lot going on all over the world. We're happening to stay on top of it, particularly the developments in Iran, because we have a desk Iran desk where our team, despite the fact that it may not seem like as much of the news as everybody else, is on top of it. Reza, you are on top of some new
Some new video coming into the Iran desk. 3 p.m. local time over there. Some of the protests, the kind of things that people come from posting these videos online. Before we see this video, I want to point to this man here. This gives you an idea of the cross-section of people that come in what he does. Let's go ahead and run it for you. But this gives you an idea of the cross-section of people that it's not just young people. It's families. That man was holding what appears to be his companion's hand. He had protesters started about 5 p.m. They went to Revolution Square, and they were met there by security forces, and they were dispersed. And what you're looking at, what appears to be a side street, you're hearing a chant here that says, Iranians with honor, let's support one another. And that's a chant we've heard throughout these demonstrations. But we haven't seen these kinds of protests for a couple of weeks now because of that.
He's outside in the hallway. He's in the hallway. He's like outside the glass.
It is. And let me tell you why. We talk to them. They confirm what's happening. What we do is, then we look at video. We can't confirm where this is from, but we do know we've never seen it before. We monitor all video coming out of there. We haven't seen this. What we do know is that it does match a witness account. There you go. It is very challenging because of the ban on the international media.
And the massive information comes in right now. I know is that you have a lot of people emailing you, sending you video, this happened, and you don't go and take it easy until you have some sense of corroboration or ability to from that.
Certainly not. Not only emails, but Twitters as well. There's a lot of people out there that want to push this movement, so they tend to exaggerate. And what we have to do is confirm events that have happened. There are events happening. There are protests happening. We won't go on air with it if one of our eyewitnesses over there on the ground confirm.
I just wanted to show everybody who's around here. The idea here is that, well, some of you are Robert, if you don't know what's going on in Iran, we should tell you that people are constantly working on this stuff. So we are monitoring everything. All right, we're also following things about Afghanistan. Detonated in a province near Kabul. Multiple people were killed, Bush civilians, including students at a school. The authorities first thought the attack was aimed at NATO troops. Now it wasn't the case. The Taliban is denying that it was the days after American troops were pulled out of the major cities. There is no notice now from Baghdad.
Thank you, Mom. Appreciate it. That's it. Bye-bye. 9 to 5.
So I want to ask you this. Michael, let me ask you this, because on the banner underneath you it says surge of violence in Iraq, and your first words were, it's not a surge. So what you're saying is that stuff was happening.
That's fine. Cass, Jill is on 3.
I'm going to call shoes up now. I want to see if he can check on me
That's why it's good to have you there, because you can keep your pulse on it. It does appear, I think, when we see it sometimes to the untrained eye, that appears to be a surge related to U.S. troops coming out. Thanks for clearing up that it is sort of more of the same. But Michael, thank you very much. Michael Ware for us in Baghdad. Okay, let's bring it back to the United States now. A group of people, family, friends, community, bidding farewell to a football hero they love, and at the same time they're trying to come to terms with the other life that he led, the life they apparently knew nothing about. Sorry about that. And I just finished getting the rest of it on.
video where they're saying that to Khamenei's son, who's in charge of the video. I'm trying to get assured that the city can confirm that he's in charge of the police person. There's also chatter about most of the period of lost. She's up there? You don't, I'm not pushing. Hi, she's up there? Wrong number? So, Stan? Cindy, anybody heard from Stan? Is he back? That's my fault. Is Atya back from England?
No, Atya is not back.
Stan's back? And Atya's still up there?
Atya, we talked to them this morning. They couldn't get their connections to the technical problems in their flying back. So she's probably on route. It's a long process because they fly back and then they go. They fly to one place and then go to another place and then they go back. And then, so you know, right after I talked to you this morning about it, Roger told me an email that they are approved and then for they gave me the courtesy call and said, hey, I see this approval coming through. I'm going to try to ship it to Ivy. Next like, fine, great, good idea. So now Ivy is in touch with the captain. I try to ship that and then like 3 days a week with 3 person. So that's let me just think about how this is okay. Jim, if you could check that now Jim's up and down. Yeah, you know, North America is sort of but I knew it was last year. I looked at it, but probably the
Oh, really? There'll be a note this October.
Just anything you can check.
And he went back and forth and stuff.
Turned your folks out into the street again today.
It's just not nice.
This is when you won't even let him have lunch. Look at that.
I'll be back. No, I mean, I need the rest of Guess I'll get it.
First step is if you could work it out. Second step.
What is the story with this fan?
It looks really good on camera, I think, when it's
I know we'll all see that.
The cameraman put it there.
Seriously? No. Why is it in the road? I don't know.
I think cameraman maybe is putting it through his camera or something. I don't
I think it's an HD camera. Let's try that.
I'm going to send you a video. I want you to watch it.
First thing that's easy is you call your shadow the deep
Well, you saw Bridget push my language a little bit, right? I'm just thinking
Where's the first
But I get that emotional about it, you know?
I'm just wondering, I really think it's about your emotion like along that same
Hey, don't forget we have a mandatory thing. Must read it.
Okay, so then you know whatever they got.
What's mandatory? I'm putting this on top of our log here in red as well. So whenever you send the case, I'm saying it's language, mandatory language that must be mandatory language that must be sent out every time you send receipt address under your video.
Why is it not working? Why can I not dial from this phone? Does it not work? calling from CNN International. I'd like to speak to an expert on Honduras. Do you have anyone? Okay. CNN. Thank you. I guess I'm gonna need more medicine Hi Eric, this is Sophia calling from CNN. I'm good, thanks. How are you? Do you have a few minutes to chat? Okay. I am trying to do a story on what's going on in Honduras right now and how I think that it may not necessarily be a coup. Everyone is calling it a coup, which the term means an unconstitutional overthrow. So I'd like to, and I've read the Constitution of Honduras, and it doesn't say that what they've done is unconstitutional. So I was just wondering if you could give me a statement or give me something that I can use for this. Okay, thanks.
What time is Mexico?
We are here in Mississippi.
Other channel.
Well, there's just one particular article in there that says that someone who has had the title of executive power cannot be president or vice president again, and he who breaks this will immediately have to stop performing their work and will remain unable for 10 years to exercise any job in the public domain.
We can get that in the last.
It's beautiful
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, not at all. So, at the end you just said maybe if it was a different country, different region, different time, maybe what was happening could have been celebrated by the people? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This latest video we have, so you can see the sign.
Oh, okay.
Let's go over there now and talk to Reza Sayed. Reza, we're following.
Yeah, because with how President Obama is saying that it's unconstitutional and that it was a coup and that we're condemning what happened there, I just think that, and by the fact that we're calling it a coup. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for answering my questions. I really appreciate it. Do you have an email address or something I can... Okay.
Honorable comments, let's support one another. We have another video that shows more aggressive chanting, getting more aggressive throughout.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Eric.
Let's go over here. We're
All
just going to
kinds.
get some new video.
So is he supporting?
This is interesting because what we're
yes,
hearing
he
in
said what I
this
wanted.
piece of video is death to Khamenei's son. There's been a lot of reports out over the past few days that Ayatollah Khamenei, the son, is taking over the Basij and the security forces.
The Basij are the paramilitary Jews.
Pro-government paramilitary Basij. And if you listen closely,
Yeah, it's
they're
like amazing.
yelling,
Everything's online.
they're yelling death to Khamenei's son. So a lot of people have been blaming, because of these reports, this type of crackdown on Khamenei's son.
This sounds very aggressive. The government cracks down and those movements will dissipate, the demonstrations will dissipate. You hear this kind of anger, it seems unusual.
Well, when this protest was planned on the internet, everybody was saying that some of the signs hasn't been that way. And it's safe to say these are the most hardcore elements of the opposition movement. That aggressive crackdown had scared away a bunch of people. This we saw today about 2 This is Revolution Square.
is where those graves were desecrated. Bones were taken out of those graves. The plots were resold. Let's go there.
Come back later.
But you can see me. I know, it's like 2:04 and boom.
Oh, that was good though. We timed it. I was trying to give you a red light execution. And I think it worked perfectly. When you said that you were saying it, we were it was for you.
Child's body stolen in all caps. Our little New York writer, John,
Oh, come on. About 2 hours, 2.5 days. The best thing to do about it. So 8 people we got, we had it from London, they got Germany and France. So that's me. And we had to come to London, and then they got a couple of people. So there's a TV two of them are going to get it, and then CTV is going to do Toronto. Because let me do my part and make sure nobody do this for I cannot run because yeah, don't do anything else. Anything I get to eat.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll
to an expert on South America. Do you have any? Yes, Honduras. Okay. Okay.
What do you have for?
Okay, one second. Okay, 202. Sorry, what did you say your name was? Jose? Okay, thank you very much.
I would say music. Can you find Telegani here?
Yes, there should be a lot of others. CNN now has tomorrow children's outside the London. AP is going to be by 4:30. Cambridge, Germany, and Paris just hundreds outside of the sea. And now thanks to Talia and Bobby, we have Denmark.
What you want to plug in there? Connecticut, body stolen?
how that was pronounced. I confirmed that one. There's so many Turkish words in Farsi. There's so many Turkish words in Farsi.
Microscopic detail. Screen brand says it's available from 12A. And I believe that grass is probably going to be available from
The story's already up. Yeah, it was during the spring. And there are probably these galleries that I did them yesterday. It's just that I didn't act upon it. Because people here do it.
Do you want to go to that legal thing now?
Sure, you want to go?
Yeah. It's on 13 North.
So that I didn't see it on air at all. But it's in CNN.
Yeah. 13 North at 2:30. Is this north or south tower?
The challenge. Sorry, it's just that I was waiting for this all day.
Oh, that's fine. I can send that. Christopher? Sure. See you later. He's gonna say that.
See you later. So which floor is it? 13.
No, I think it.
This is the north.
No.
This is south or north? Oh.
So cool.
So what? Oh, hang on. Grab my lunch back.
Where I am from yesterday. I like move in ways I've never moved.
After work, so this is awesome. I'm just trying to be good so I don't work out. But I don't know or no will to do it. Yeah.
I do both.
Why? But I should do it.
Wait, did we just go over to a different tower?
No, this is not.
This is still north?
Yeah, when we go up the other way, when we go down like this way.
That's south.
Yeah, I know. Because aren't you being sad? So
Yeah.
let's go down.
Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to get a drink, but I'd have to go to the bathroom all the time.
What?
I wanted to get a drink, but I'll have to go to the bathroom.
Right.
Oh, we need to do here. There we go. Just have the conference room.
There's still a bathroom.
Okay.
question. Where's the big conference room?
Yeah, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
We'll just wander around until we find something.
I didn't look. I was waiting. Oh, God. Yes, I can.
I'm not gonna get those out yet. You're reading in while I'm talking.
Hello.
It's New York.
Yeah. You're saying?
Like this weekend. I was on call at the lake. It was fun.
You work at the lake?
Fun.
It's my name. I'll put my name.
You know I'm doing this 3 more times unless you're actually leaving.
What's that?
So I'm doing this 3 more times.
I'm leaving tonight.
Oh, you're leaving?
International privacy.
I know, I asked Vicky if I could call in tomorrow.
Well, I'll just add my name.
But I just said I would like that.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
You want to call in? I just didn't really want anybody outside the department. You can call in if you want. I mean, I was kind of kidding about coming to another session. But
Yeah.
I just didn't want anybody else outside the group, you know.
Whatever you think. Anything I
These are all the people who should be here, sorry. She's not gonna be here.
Well, there are
Carrie.
3 more.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't, you know.
There are 3 more of these, so.
Oh.
Can I get the call-in number from you then? For tomorrow?
We'll just have to call you. We'll just have to call you.
That's
that's
probably
fine.
easier.
Yeah.
So I can actually sit down with him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And if for some
I
reason I
booked my
forget,
flight before I
which
knew about this.
I probably will, just email me or call me and say, call me.
Hi.
Because I may forget.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do it at 7:30?
Like presentation.
At 7:30, at the 11 o'clock one, or I don't usually don't want to do the 7:30 a.m. one, do you?
11.
Okay.
I've been pretty good. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Trying to call you more.
All right, but
Oh, wait, we're going to be live on Saturday.
maybe we'll get to come see you.
Are you in
That
on
would be swell.
Saturday? Yeah. Okay.
Have a safe trip.
I'll still be here.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Hopefully we don't have extensive fix up, but you know, I'll be here. The show's live from 11 to 11:30.
Can you see?
Oh, do you? Okay. Oh.
I'm sorry.
That's probably tomorrow. I'll be very much showing.
There's a list going around it.
You're so
far
away
over there.
Actually, I'll be very happy at that point.
Sign it if you could.
Yeah, it's on here. Sign it.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
You guys know about the test at the end of this, right?
Exactly. Well, don't forget to sign in.
I've been studying all
At least
night.
get your credits.
I'm just trying to
Sign
remember the
in.
names I
Where
was
is
supposed
it?
to sign into.
This is not Congress.
Oh, man. That's a funny room. Where is your sign in?
Right there.
Come on.
Oh, move it.
So you want to sign and leave?
This is going to be so exciting. He doesn't want to leave. It's going to be fun.
We listened to you.
This one to me is much more interesting than copyright. Copyright is kind of boring, but this is on privacy. It's a lot more interesting, I think.
Maybe it turns the trouble.
Yes, well, and you can get in a lot more trouble, which, you know, makes it all...
Copyright, the trouble is there, but it's boring.
more excited. I mean, that is my least favorite thing that I do is answer fair use, fair deal. That's a
My favorite, but I understand what you're saying.
So give it a few minutes. It's not gonna. I can't imagine unless you guys have a really, really lot of questions. It'll actually take 2 hours. So I'm just gonna wait for a little while, let some more people come in. And also, Jim Crane is supposedly going to be here from Standards and Practices, just so he can chime in on sort of how his issues, may dovetail with some of the things that we're going to talk about from a legal perspective. And if I seem weird or distracted, my son, I got a call 2 hours ago, he broke his wrist in skateboarding camp. I had the cutest picture of him. He's with his dad, which is fun. He's laying in the hospital with all the IVs, his little purple.
Oh my God.
I was like, you know what? It's always, always, always something.
Why is this special?
Yes.
Now, is it a good attorney you instantly called their insurance company?
Exactly.
Oh, look at all my bags.
Bruce, thank you.
This is so much fun.
Good daylight.
Not just a login anymore.
Yeah. But sit at your desk.
Okay, I feel compelled to do show and tell so that you can see.
Oh my goodness, how old is he?
He will be 11 in 2 weeks.
Is this a sleepaway camp?
It's skateboard camp. No, well, he gets to the last day, so he is going to go. I mean, but it looks like so. Wow. Yeah, exactly.
Find a way to break something.
Exactly.
And just off the bed.
In the days of Marcus Welby, hospitals didn't have to be as fully equipped. Now with house and ER, they've got to have everything.
I know. I mean, gosh, you would think that he was literally on his last leg or something.
He doesn't need surgery, though, I take it?
No, thank goodness.
He'll be all set. 11.
6 weeks, they said. Yeah, his biggest concern is football starting. So,
That's a good
yeah, exactly. But I think it'll be okay. I'm insisting that everybody look at this.
Introduction to privacy issues.
Yeah, exactly. Consent.
Who wants to see my New York fireworks picture?
Really, I just brought you all up here to show you pictures of my kids.
Actually, I switched seats because I'm comfortable.
Yes, for the next 2 hours, you need to get the defective chair.
I don't like on the back.
That's the chair.
I don't. Here. Oh, they're here? You have it under
Chair for you still aren't nearly as sophisticated.
That's the other one. It's on this side. So we're here.
Yeah, they don't, they're out of the loop. I'm not doing it.
No, that's too tight.
I mean, it's him just round it.
I was going down.
Yeah, I don't want to go down. I want to go back.
That's good luck. Next to me. You're my best friend and help me.
Oh, I did. Do you want it to stay?
Yeah, but I don't think it does.
No. Look at it.
Like, no, not really.
Do you know what I mean? Like there's not enough horizontal space. I've never figured it out.
Okay, you guys, we'll really get started now. If I can send any more pictures around of my child. For those of you that I have not met, I'm Lee Williams, and I just want to sort of explain kind of who you're talking to. There are 4 lawyers that do what I do in the group. Stacy Wolf, Janita Dew, Kelly Slade, and myself. And between the 4 of us, we divide the entire CNN universe. All the networks, beats, bureaus, shows, is divided up in some weird way between the 4 of us. And we call them our division of people, you guys are our clients. And so my clients are all the international bureaus, so any of the news gathering that comes out of any of our international bureaus, all the stories that come out of there, anything that airs on CNN International. I also do Anderson's show, the investigative unit, SIU, and CNN Productions, so the long-form docs. So those people are my clients. And then the rest of the CNN universe is divided up between Stacy and Janita and Kelly. And so you guys should always, if you have legal questions about news gathering, if you're going to use hidden camera, eavesdropping, we're going to talk about a lot of that stuff today. If you're going to go, shoot in hospitals, if you're going to possibly, do like an ambush interview kind of a thing, if you think any trespass issues are implicated, you would call me. And then we would talk about, after the news gathering issue, then I read scripts and I look at video and make sure that what we actually then put on air is okay legally. And basically I'm looking for 3 things: copyright, defamation, and privacy. Last year I did a copyright seminar, and this is going to be on privacy, and then next year I will do one on defamation. So those are the primary things that I'm looking for. Then, of course, there's all sorts of other lawyers that work with, they're labor lawyers and transactional lawyers and all of that. But the 4 of us are really the only 4 that are involved in the editorial process. We do have a 24-hour hotline, so that if you don't get me, and I'm used to, answering my BlackBerry and answering emails, 24/7. So certainly try to get me at any time of the day or night. But if for some reason you don't get me, we do have a 24-hour hotline. But the 4 of us rotate week by week. And the number is, if you guys wonder, it's in the Triad information, it's in iNews everywhere, but it's 74987. So we do have that, but that's not set up to just say, I have a legal question, let's call the hotline. That's only set up if you can't get the lawyer that's designated to you guys, which is me. And so that's pretty much what I do. And again, we're going to talk about privacy today, and that relates to news gathering as well as what we put on our air. And we work very closely. I know you guys have all heard they've had the big push with the Triad, which is Legal Standards and Practices and the Row. And so we have Jim Crane here today from Standards and Practices, and they divide, the CNN universe up in a way similar that we do when you guys are clients. And Jim doesn't have all the same clients that I do, but many of the same clients, and he does a lot of the international work. So he's going to be here and can sort of chime in, and he can answer questions. He can chime in on how the things that I'm talking about may relate to what he does, or input that he might have if that type of a scenario arises. Is there anything you want to add?
As Lee said, there's 4 of us, but Rick Davis is executive vice president. He doesn't tend to take much day work, and Mariana has been stripped off of most of the day work. She handles CNN Productions, and she's going to be setting up our seminars and a lot of other projects. But so the day work is kind of split between Steve Holmes and myself. So I have like Lee, I have all of International News Gathering, and I have CNNI, almost all of the CNNI products. So pretty much anybody looking for anything is welcome to come to me. The same thing. I also handle Anderson Cooper, and I have the pleasure of Nancy Grace and some other alternative programming to just spice my day up as we move along. But Larry King Live. So we also have a hotline. You're welcome to call me. On the weekends, we tend to go to the hotline first. Although Lee says call her any time of the day or night. But on the weekends, on the overnights, try the hotline, and if you don't get an answer there, just give me a buzz. All that's in your Triad website. Just type Triad into your browser, and you click on either the Row or Standards and Practices or Legal, and you'll get all of our phone numbers, all of our cell phone numbers. Just don't post it on your tweet accounts.
Yeah, definitely do not do that. So is that good? So just so that you understand how sort of the triad, to the extent that you haven't been triad training or whatever they're having, or you haven't been online, what we like to say is that the legal department says, well, can we do the story? Is that right? Are we can do this story?
Legal answers the questions, can we do the story? Standards tackles the question, should we do the story? And the REL will answer the question, how should we do the story?
So that's how it all ties together. Okay, so, like I said, we're going to talk about privacy today. If I can get this to go. It's not coming. Okay, it's not working. Hold on a second. Just when you thought we were ready to get going, please do. Chris was in here. All right, you guys. It's not working. It's locked up. Okay. Oh, there it goes. I do think it's got an issue. Waking of some sort, though.
It came out of full screen.
Okay.
You've got mail.
While he was doing this, I should have said, too, what we're going to do is I'm first going to talk to you about privacy laws in the U.S. And then what we're going to do is we're going to sort of compare and contrast that to how privacy laws would be in the UK and in a lot of the other EU countries. And then we'll talk, too, about some other countries. And just, the point of these seminars is not for you guys to memorize. Oh, that's working. Thank you, Chris. Just your presence causes it to work. The point is not for you guys to memorize any of this stuff. It's really just so that, you'll be sensitized to the issues. When you have a story that may implicate some of these topics or issues, you'll know, geez, maybe I should give Lee a call. Let's talk about it before I go out on the shoot. Let's talk about the script, once that I get it written, just to make sure that we don't, violate someone's privacy on air. So, because we're going to go through a lot of sort of in-depth information. I don't expect you to memorize any of it. But all of the privacy laws, regardless of what country we're talking about, the point of them is really just to protect your right to be left alone, or anybody's right to be left alone. Okay, so in the U.S., we're going to talk about privacy claims as they might arise in the news gathering, which is a physical violation, and in the news reporting, which is a publication violation. News gathering, obviously, is a physical violation of someone's privacy. You and your equipment has violated someone's privacy in the news gathering aspect. So we're going to talk first about all these on the left are privacy claims that could arise in the news gathering, and then we'll talk about how they would arise in what we actually put on air. So the first type of sort of physical violation of someone's privacy under the news gathering is intrusion. And all that means is you're just intruding upon a person's seclusion. The key question is, how do you know whether you're intruding upon someone's, seclusion? Is really think about, well, do they have a reasonable expectation of privacy in where they are, or what they're saying, or what they're doing? Are they doing it in a public place, or are they doing it in a more private place? Those kinds of questions. And if you think that it would be reasonable that they would have an expectation of privacy, then we have to think about all these various issues before we shoot. So, intrusion in violating someone's private space. So what is a private space? Courts have held that homes, private offices, all of these places, ambulances, jail cells. A lot of people are surprised to hear that jail cells have been deemed by courts in the U.S. to be places where someone does have an expectation of privacy. So if you're shooting in any of these places, just make sure you touch base with me first. In the U.S., the general rule is also in trying to determine whether someone has a reasonable expectation of privacy. Are they doing something that the general public can hear and see? And if they're doing something or they're in a place that the general public can hear and see what they're doing, then even if they have an expectation of privacy, it's not a reasonable one. And so we wouldn't be intruding by filming that particular situation. An example is, say we have an agreement with an ambulance company to follow them around one day, and there's an accident on the side of the road, and they stop, and we stay on the public street or on the public sidewalk, and we film. We don't get too close to what's going on with them taking care of the victims or anything. We don't get any closer than any sort of bystanders could get if they happen to be there or if they are there. We would not have violated anyone's privacy by videotaping and recording anything that we could see and hear from that particular position. Contrast that with, we had this arrangement in advance with the ambulance company, so we decide we want to wire their caregivers. So we're going to wire them. And so in this particular situation, we also, not only are we getting the video and the audio that everybody else can hear and see because we're staying in a public street or sidewalk, we're also getting the communication between the caregiver and the victim on the side of the street as they're leaning over, asking all sorts of very private medical questions and getting medical information back from this person. And if you're laying there on the side of the street and you're being spoken to by an ambulance person, you're not really thinking that their general public, and especially going to be aired all over the world, is going to be airing that communication. So you do have an expectation of privacy. So if we were to do that, that would be intruding upon someone's privacy.
Special mics. If someone is in a public place where everyone can clearly see them, and we have a specialized mic and we can pick them up from 50 feet away, is that?
I think it just really would depend. Typically, you have to think of too, when you consider, does someone have a reasonable expectation of privacy, you also have to sort of think about, what is today's world? Like, what is the technology in today's world? Like, they can't be stuck in the 1950s and, what you could hear and see from, but 50 feet is kind of a lot. If you had, just maybe like a little boom that gave you a little bit more that you could hear, and you weren't picking up that actual conversation, depending upon the scenario, may not be a problem. In medical, I will tell you right now, medical issues are the biggest topic that's protected by privacy. So if in this particular situation, if you're talking about it, I would be very reluctant to do it in a medical type scenario. Other scenarios that may not have quite such a level of privacy protection, maybe not quite as bad. Jim, did you want to add something?
I think Paul's talking about like a parabolic directional mic and a telephoto lens, looking into somebody's house, listening to what they're saying.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, say two guys walking around Capitol Hill. And you can get them from 50 feet away.
Well, they're just walking around. They're not doing anything, particularly. Yeah, they're just walking and they're in public. The only thing that makes this situation private is, they're hurt and they're laying on a public street. So if they were just laying there on a public street, then we could film them. But what makes it private in this situation is picking up that private conversation between the caregiver and the victim, not really sort of filming the situation and the scenario.
I was thinking about political times, in these situations. A lot of times you can hear the sound. You're not in their face, but you can get the sound from a little bit away.
I think you just have to watch that. If you think that it's a situation that, that whatever it is, the situation is such that that conversation is likely something that people don't really expect to be being overheard, much less being, recorded. And the only reason that you're being able to do it is because you have this special equipment. You might want to think twice about it, for sure.
There's a difference between putting it on air and just sort of using the information. So if you hear something and you want to check it out, and if it's a public figure, you're going to want to call them and ask them, hey, I just, if you were walking down the street, we heard you say this. What do you have to say about that? If they're a private figure, you might want to have a discussion with us about it. But I think each scenario like that will be specific. And there's no...
Yeah, and that's the thing, keep in mind too, is, there one little tiny twist in the factual situation could alter the guidance that we might give. For example, all of these privacy claims, and I forgot to tell you at the beginning, are all based upon state law here in the U.S. So they're going to be a little bit different from one state to the next. In fact, this intrusion type of claim is not even recognized by all states. So if, for example, we are going to, do hospital type shoots, and it doesn't really matter which hospital we're going to go to, we would pick somewhere like New York. New York has, their privacy laws are pretty narrow as compared to, for example, a state like California, whose privacy laws are very broad. And so we would minimize our risk greatly by doing this shoot in New York than we would in California. And those are the types of things, that we can help you with.
Did we do that ambulance scenario?
We've done the ambulance scenario and these, what we call them ride-alongs, and we'll talk more about those too. But, we do this stuff a lot, a terrible lot. Especially if the SIU group does it, the medical unit, and I was not involved in it, but just a couple of weeks ago, because I don't do the medical unit, Janita does, but Sanjay did a whole thing. It was highly promoted, so I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but he did like a whole sort of day in the ER kind of a thing. And something like that, like the documentary that I did do for CNP, Grady's Anatomy, we followed these interns around for days and days. What I did was I went with the crew before the shoot with the hospital administrator, and we literally walked the hospital to decide where we could shoot and what we could shoot and when we could pick up the audio and when we couldn't. It's all you have to be very, very careful when it comes to medical type issues in particular. The thing about, we're talking about these privacy claims that arise in the news gathering. The big thing to keep in mind is, what will happen a lot of times is, somebody will use a hidden camera and they'll call me after the fact and I'll be like, oh my God, we definitely can't do that. We should have done it in that way. And they're like, well, it's no big deal. We just won't air it. Well, the problem with that is that the claim for these news gathering privacy claims arises the minute you do whatever it is you're not supposed to be doing. The minute we pick up that conversation, because we've wired those caregivers, the claim has arisen right there and then. So you have to be really, really careful about making sure that you talk to legal in advance if in the news gathering realm in particular you think that any of these issues are going to arise.
But a second claim can arise if you then turn around and air it, right?
Oh, no, absolutely. And we're definitely going to talk about that. But, as far as news gathering goes, a lot of people just think, well, we just won't air it. But the problem is if they find out about it, if they know about it, if they discover it, it could be a problem.
I'm not sure I know what everybody does in here. I know what a lot of people do in here. But we do have these discussions once or twice a week. But they're not uncommon to, have a pre-shoot discussion with one part of the organization or another.
And maybe we'll do this U.S. and then before we move on to the other countries, we'll kind of go around and you guys can say who you are and what you do. That's not bad, okay, trespass. Still in the news gathering realm. Obviously just entering upon somebody's property that you don't have permission to be there. And again, keeping in mind that the state laws are different from one state to the next. Some states only have civil liability for trespass and others have civil and criminal. Obviously, if we're in a state where we think we might implicate a trespassing law and they have criminal liability, we're going to be much more, careful in those states than we are in the states that just have civil liability. Nobody wants to go to jail. The way that the trespass issue comes up that it's not really intuitive is, say it's property that's open to the public. A mall, a train station, an airport. It's open to the public can come and go, but the public has to abide by the rules that the people who run the property put in place. And so I'll always say to the producers and the reporters, if you can film in a mall, you can film in these places that are open to the public, train stations, airports, whatever, unless there's a sign that says no filming and recording, then we can't film and record. It may be on the back of a ticket, if it's a ticketed kind of a situation, that may say no filming and recording, and then we can't do it. It may be, in airports, if we're going to do an airport shoot, we would check the specific airports regulations. Almost all of those are online, and we can check them, and they differ from airport to airport. So we have to abide by the rules of the filming and recording restrictions that might be put in place, and if we don't, then we could be liable for trespass. And a lot of times people think, in natural disasters in wartime, that there's all of a sudden all these rules just go out the window. Well, they don't. They absolutely don't. Just in Katrina, Katrina situation, the wildfires in California, war zones, anywhere. We always have to still be cognizant of people's privacy rights. We always, a lot of times in war zones, for example, want to go into hospitals and sometimes makeshift hospitals. Again, we had this documentary called Devil Dogs that CNNP did, and it was all about Sanjay following these doctors around these makeshift hospitals. I think it was either in Afghanistan or Iraq, and we had to be really, really careful to make sure that we got the consent from these patients to film them and record them. Before we did it, we can't just go in there just because it happens to be wartime and these are soldiers. And then in that situation too, you would have to think about things like the Geneva Convention, for example, because they were treating POWs there as well. And so, pursuant to the Geneva Convention, we're not, the U.S. are not supposed to be filming, especially if we're in bed with the U.S. We have to comply with what the U.S. is responsible for, and we can't show the POWs' faces if they're being, if it's any way sort of degrading to them. So we had to be cognizant of that as well. Nick Robertson in Iraq, he went on a sort of, ride along, if you will, with the military when they were going, this was early on, and relatively early on in the war, when they were going door to door, when trying to see if the civilians were, harboring some of the military, and so they would just go door to door, and Nick went with them. And so, we talked about in advance that, you can't just go in these people's houses if the military is going in. You can't just go in their house without, doing big trespassing. So, he didn't go in the house with them. A lot of these people, especially the ones, obviously the ones that weren't harboring anyone, were kind of resentful, and so they were perfectly willing to talk to Nick about just how resentful they were that, that the military was, making this accusation and basically coming in at their will to search their house. Hidden cameras, again, news gathering issue. Obviously, hidden camera, using a camera when somebody doesn't know that you're filming and recording them. Again, in the U.S., some states do have specific hidden camera laws that we have to look at. But even if there's not a specific hidden camera law, obviously it implicates the eavesdropping issues and implicates, other types of privacy claims. So we just have to look at it. Did we skip? Did I skip eavesdropping somehow?
Does the hidden camera, does that also apply to if it's just audio?
Yeah, it does actually. And in fact, somehow I must have accidentally skipped. I'm just going to go back real quickly and talk about eavesdropping. Here it is. Okay, so, in conjunction with the hidden camera, the eavesdropping, when you're just recording someone's audio. Again, here in the U.S., I'm sure you've heard about, states are either one-party state or they're a two-party state. If they're a one-party state, that means that as long as you have the consent of one person, then you can record without the other people's consent or knowledge. So if you're a part of that conversation, you don't have to get the consent of anyone else if you're in a one-party state. If you're in a two-party state, you have to have consent of all the people to the conversation in order for it not to violate that particular state's eavesdropping law.
Does standards have any difference of opinion on that?
We do sometimes. We were dealing with the hidden camera while we were just dealing with the screening room. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We were dealing with the screening room. They want to get people buying and selling pirated DVDs. And so we were talking to them about it. And from a standards point of view, I think that we need a compelling news reason to go to the point that we're going to use a hidden camera. It has to give us something that you couldn't just go in and get on your own and explain to the viewer. There needs to be a reason that you need it on video. You need proof of what they said. I mean, a correspondent going in or a producer going in can tell you what was said during the conversation, but I want to be convinced that there's a compelling reason that you have to have the hidden camera in order to kind of show it. And I'm convinced fairly regularly that there is a reason. But occasionally, I will say, well, let's just use the wide shot and go in and get the information and come back out. So.
I'm just curious, like a one-party state. I mean, there's no way I would have a microphone only and not be aware of it. So why would you even have a one? What is that?
That means, so if you have a wireless on,
right,
you can record a conversation with other people without their consent.
So nobody really has. I mean, the other party
Exactly, because you're the one party, right? And so again, if we're doing that kind of a shoot and we don't really have to have a particular state, we can do it in any state. We would pick a one-party state, obviously. So those are, yeah.
But if you're in a one-party state yourself and calling long distance, then and they're in a two-party, you have to do what their laws or?
Well, what we do what we do is we will, if a one-party state is involved in the communication, we have to go with the one part. I mean, if an all-party state is involved in the conversation, we have to go with the all-party. And the reason that is because courts are all over the map. Some courts have held the state where the call originates, that state's law is applicable. Other courts have held that no, it's the law of the state where the person receiving the call is. So we really can't be comfortable as to what a court might rule. So if there's an all-party state involved in the situation, we're going to have to get consent from all parties.
But you can record the person making the phone call.
Do what?
You can still record the person making the phone call and record their side of the phone conversation.
Yes. And then ride-alongs. This happens, again, all the time, and it's not just with respect to police. It's with respect to, we might ride along, like with the ambulance, the fire department. These, wildfires in California, we go along with the fire department. We might ride along with the ATF. We might ride along with, just all sorts of government and other types of entities that, by virtue of what they're doing, have the right to go onto people's private property. And just because they have the right to go onto people's private property doesn't mean that we can go with them, even if it's the police. So if we're on a ride-along and the authorities are serving a search warrant or, wanting to arrest someone, that's what is being anticipated, we can do those ride-alongs, but you have to get approval, and I should have mentioned this too, for hidden cameras and ride-alongs, you have to get approval, not just guidance, from legal and standards and practices in order to even do that. And we can do these ride-alongs. We do them all the time. We just have to do them in a way that minimizes our risk. And again, we're not here to be completely 100% risk-free. I mean, that's not the standard that I give my guidance by whatsoever. I mean, I'm with you guys. I do everything I can to try to get the story, get it the way you guys want it, put it on the air the way you guys want it. My job is just to see if we can work together to minimize the risk. And so, we'll go on a ride along with the authorities, and we'll just, we have to shoot from the public street, public sidewalk. We try to have some kind of a CNN hat or jackets or something on. That's important in the U.S., and we'll talk about these other countries not so much. And the reason that's important in the U.S. to distinguish ourselves from the police is that if the police were to do something in violation of the Fourth Amendment, like something were to go awry, and they got a claim for unreasonable search and seizure, if the people thought that we were part of the police because we didn't distinguish ourselves, we could be in violation of the Fourth Amendment. The police get off the hook because they have governmental immunity, and we're just out there hanging. And that actually happened to CNN many years ago when we rode along with the ATF, and it went literally all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. We paid millions of dollars in attorney's fees. We had millions of dollars in claims from these people. It was crazy. We rode along. We walked in with the police into these people's houses. They served these warrants. We didn't have anything to distinguish ourselves as being CNN. The people thought that we were just the police filming the raid, as the authorities do from time to time, and it was a bad scene. So we have to be very careful with these ride-alongs.
What story was that?
It was a story. These people were getting served for a warrant because they were supposedly illegally killing bald eagles. So, this was years ago, but it is to this day the landmark case for ride-alongs that all media has to look to and take guidance from. Just to show you how things are fact specific, court specific. We do the best we can to anticipate how we think a court might come out on a topic or come out on a story, come out on an issue, and give you the guidance the best we can. But sometimes you never know. For example, ABC involved in these two cases. The first case was the journalist used a hidden camera, went in and got a job as a psychic and recorded conversations that this person had with other psychics. There, the court held that the rights of the other psychics, their privacy rights, were violated because even if other psychics could hear the conversation they were having with the journalist, it was deemed to have a reasonable expectation of privacy, even though other people could hear it, which is kind of odd, given sort of the standard of if other people can hear it, then you really shouldn't have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
None of the psychics figured out that it was a journalist? Yeah.
What?
They should have seen it.
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
None of the psychics figured out that it was a journalist?
Exactly.
That's what the psychics know this.
Very bad ones there.
And then another one was ABC again. It was a medical laboratory. They were doing a story on errors in cervical cancer screenings, and so they went to this cervical cancer screening lab, pretended that they were going to open up their own lab, so they just kind of wanted to know how the business worked, et cetera, et cetera. Went into the got a tour of their lab, went into the office of this guy, like a conference room, had this whole conversation with this guy, recorded all of this. And there the court held that, the guy didn't have a reasonable expectation of privacy. He didn't know these people. Why would you're having this conversation with somebody, you don't know them at all. If you're having that kind of a conversation with somebody you don't know, then you shouldn't expect, to have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Another case, ABC again does a lot of this. Our former president held. And there, a journalist, what was going on is that in L.A., they were having, it's against sort of SAG and California rules to, if you're wanting to be an actor, to, have contact with the casting people, basically, then if they don't want people to have an upper hand against their competing actors. But what they were doing is they were having these classes that really, they weren't really acting classes. The instructors were casting directors, so they were getting these casting directors by paying money to participate in this class, allegedly in violation of California law. So a journalist posed as one of the actors in class and filmed the whole thing, the whole class with a hidden camera. And there the court held that no, there wasn't a reasonable expectation of privacy in the circumstances because I didn't know this person next to me that was in class, and they didn't know that person next to them, and so whatever they were saying and doing, they were saying and doing around a bunch of strangers. So as a consequence, they didn't have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Okay, publication of private facts. So we've gone through all of sort of the news gathering type of issues under U.S. law, and now we talk about publishing. So these are issues that come up with what we actually end up putting on air. And these are the factors. Is it a public disclosure, we're putting it on air, we're putting it on our website, of a private fact. It has to be a private fact. It also has to be offensive. The story, the fact that you're publishing this private fact has to be offensive. And it's not of legitimate public concern. Basically, that it's not newsworthy enough. Really, this fourth factor is more of a defense. It's got the newsworthiness. What the court does is, balances is the story, which outweighs the other. The newsworthiness of the story is the story so important to the public. It's such a great public interest story that somebody's privacy rights may be violated, but the newsworthiness of the story is going to outweigh it, and therefore the media organization won't be liable. Or is the news story really just more salacious in nature and not really of any particular public interest, and therefore the privacy right of the person claiming that their privacy was violated may outweigh.
What do you mean by the offensive part? In other words, if someone violates my privacy, comes into my home and photographs that I have a stamp collection, and I don't want anyone to know that there's nothing wrong with it, is that a violation of my privacy?
Well, the fact that they're in your house and they,
Or however they do it.
Right. Just the fact that you don't want somebody to know that you have a stamp collection?
Yeah, is that a violation? Does it have to be an offensive thing that I'm doing?
Yes, it has to be offensive. It has to be, the fact that the publication, you're publishing something that's private in nature that would normally offend a reasonable person. It's not you. Would it normally offend a reasonable person that we would report that they have a stamp collection? No. Like, you're just this weird, quirky dude. And no, it's not
I have this radical image. I don't want anyone to know that.
It's not it's more, the standard is a reasonable person. What would a reasonable person find offensive? Just because in a whack jobs they find something very sort of, unprivate offensive doesn't mean that their standard of, offensiveness is going to
So there's no violation of privacy, is what you're saying?
and it depends upon the circumstances, but possibly no. If they're,
You're not reasonable.
you're just very unreasonable.
I understand collection.
So disclosure of your eccentricity is okay, your perversion's no.
I see, okay.
And here are examples of sort of facts, stories, that if you're doing stories with this type of, bent to it, medical issues relating to children, financial sometimes issues, sexual issues, marital issues, addictions, treatments, those types of things, drug addictions, if your story is about that, then we need to think about making sure that that information is either A, already out there, so that we're not publishing a private fact, other media organization has already published it, or it's not, we think that the story is of such validity that the person's privacy rights would be outweighed. Things that aren't private stories, that aren't private information, if they've disclosed it to the public generally, or disclosed it to other people that aren't within their family, if it's happening in a public place, in public view, if it's in public records, court documents, SEC filings, things like that, if it is said by a public official in their public capacity, then we can use those as defenses to anyone claiming that we published a private fact. We talked about that. Unlike obviously the news gathering type of claims, we can avoid a publication claim by just not publishing it or pixelating the people's faces, blurring them out so that they're not identifiable. We're talking about children who have AIDS in California. If we blur these kids' face, then we're not identifying them anymore, and therefore there would be no claim. The defenses to the privacy claims are newsworthiness and consent. Speeding up a little bit just because I want to get to the good stuff. So the newsworthiness is it has to be of legitimate concern. Usually, you really shouldn't be just sensational prying into someone's private life. Though here in the U.S., the courts typically will not question what the journalist thinks is newsworthy. If it's in the news, it's newsworthy. And we'll see other countries don't really follow that same philosophy. And then, of course, if you have consent. But the consent, you can't get consent by misleading someone as to who you are or what the story's about. The person has to be, mentally capable of giving consent. They can't be, too high or too drunk or Alzheimer's or too in shock from the car accident that they were just into, or whatever it happens to be. They have to have knowing and mental, capacity to give consent. And the consent can be, written, verbal, or sometimes implicit. Obviously, if someone's talking to you, then and they know that you're CNN, then they're implicitly agreeing to be put on CNN. Sometimes if we're filming in a big group of people, we'll put signs up, CNN is filming, if you don't want to be filmed here, you need to stay away from this particular area. If we're filming in an AA meeting, for example, we'd have the director say, anybody who doesn't want to be filmed by CNN needs to sit at this table, and CNN won't film those people, that kind of thing. That's, implicit. And then what's really important, too, just to think about consent, we talked about this a little bit, is to make sure you get consent from the right person. And this is like something that often throws people off. They'll say, well, like in Sanjay's story, for example, or in the Grady story, the hospital administrator, said that we could, we had carte blanche to the hospital. So we went into somebody's hospital room and, filming them while they were laying there. Like my son laying there, he'd walk in and start filming him. Or, we walked into the ER, the surgery, threw open the curtain and we're filming this person who is being, operated on. It's their privacy right. It's not the hospital's privacy right. You're violating that patient's privacy right. So you have to get the consent from the person whose privacy you might be violating. A landlord example, cannot give you consent to go into a tenant's apartment. It's the tenant's house. While they're living there in that apartment or that house, that's their privacy. Same thing, hotel, and a hotel guest. Hotel operator, if you're a paying guest, that's your room and that's your privacy right there. That hotel operator cannot let us in. So make sure you're getting consent, from the right person. So now we'll talk about some other countries, which obviously is what relates to you guys a lot. But we had to go through the U.S. stuff so that we could compare and contrast and sort of even know what we were talking about.
Hey Lee, just a really quick question.
Mm-hmm.
What about somebody, a relevant story, let's say like a slumlord, and not necessarily an ambush, but you catch him outside, he's talking to you, and then halfway through the interview says, you know what, I really don't want my face on camera. I've been shooting for the last 5 minutes.
Well, but legally, if they knew who you were and he was willingly talking to you, until they said stop and turn it off, from my perspective, we can air that. From Jim's perspective, I don't know.
Let's air it. He's agreed to talk, and we had that with the doctor gave the interview and then afterward thought about his answer, didn't really like what he said, and started threatening us. He was going to take us to court if you aired that stuff.
This was a U.S. doctor, but living in Peru, where they were doing, illegal stem cell, not illegal there, but it would be illegal here, non-FDA approved stem cell treatments on U.S. citizens who are flying over there because they can't get it here. And the doctor, decided after he did the whole interview, Jim said,
anyway,
we don't want to do it.
Just to finish the thought, if he knows who you are, if he doesn't know, and you walk up and you just start talking to him, then a camera comes up, and at some point he stops, we probably want to have a discussion about that. But if you're open and notorious, and it's obvious that you're with CNN, or you have identified yourself at the start, or it's obvious to anybody that you're a journalist and have a camera with you, we now have a lot of news gathering happening for .com and wires as we increase our content. So we're going to have different types of news gathering out there with people with pads and people with cell phones. And I don't know what the camera looks like that a lot of the folks in the field have been sent to send back the digital pictures, but it may just look like this or anything else. And so, if you're wearing CNN stuff, you want to be open and notorious as much as you can, and that'll prevent that. But we would just want to have the conversation afterwards. Well, what were you wearing? What did you say when you walked up? How did the conversation start that?
With consent, do you have to make sure that the person signs a form or?
No,
I didn't consent, so how do you prove it?
Well, exactly, and that's why from a legal perspective, we always would rather you have written consent. That's not always practical. Where we really, really want you to have written consent is when we're interviewing children. We really want parental consent. We'd love that to be in writing. And in medical type stories, if we're getting consent from someone to film their surgery or something like that, we would certainly want to get that in writing. So really highly sensitive stories we'd prefer in writing, but sometimes it will just be on air. We'll just get it on camera. We're interviewing somebody's kid, and they're standing right there. It's right after Columbine or something like that, and we just say, do you mind if we interview your child, and we get all that on camera. We're CNN. Thanks so much for letting us interview your daughter, and then so we've got a record of it. Yeah. Okay.
So we're covered. If on camera they say yes, we'll talk to you. They can't come back later and say we didn't sign it. That's where.
Well, they will come back later.
but we're covered.
Yes, we're covered. We're totally covered. But that's a lot of times too. Even if you're doing a sit-down, pre-planned interview with somebody about some topic, like a whistleblower or something really highly sensitive, something like that, I would advise consent in writing, and not otherwise having implicit consent by them sitting down. But a lot of times, they'll go home and they'll think, you know what, I really wish I hadn't said that. I'm going to call them up and try to get them not to air it. But if they've got the written thing in front of them, a lot of times they're like, you know what, I'm screwed. I'm not even going to make the call because I obviously signed it. So it's a big deterrent to have that piece of paper as well. So, and all those forms are in iNews under legal.redtape and in Triad.
Legal.redtape, I love that. But just to take it one step further, if they do call you and they do want to take it back, we do need to give them an opportunity to. You want to clarify, you want to make a second statement, and we'll include the first one, and then later they call us up and said, I didn't mean what I said, and here's what we'll just put them both in there, but we're not going to take away the first one.
We had this yesterday with that guy from NAB who had interviews with the .com story, who was being interviewed by one of our .com guys, and had supposedly, according to the notes that our reporter had and everything, had said that, it's a good thing that Michael Jackson died. Sort of, this would be better for his estate or something like that. It's very controversial. He called back afterwards and said he didn't really say it. That's not what he said after we had reported it online. He called and said, I didn't say that. And we went back and we looked at our reporter's notes, and they were, as clear as bell. And so we left the story in as it was, but we added to the bottom of it that, after the story was published, whatever his name was, called us and claimed he didn't, say this. Our notes say otherwise, so we're sticking with our story, but just so you know, he's saying he didn't really say it. So it might be something like that. Every situation handled differently.
There was another question.
I just, out of curiosity, to extend the example of the slumlord on camera changing his mind a few minutes later, would somebody like that have a reasonable claim to say, I assumed you were going to pixelate me and that I wouldn't be identified? Because clearly... I don't think that's a reasonable assumption unless they've asked, Okay. I just don't. I don't think that would carry too much weight. So, we've been talking about these privacy issues. These privacy issues come up regardless of where you're gathering the news around the world. And so you think, well, gee, what countries' laws are going to apply? And the country's laws that are going to apply are the country where we're doing the news gathering. We take that country's laws into consideration. Then we also take into consideration U.S. laws. So, for example, the doctor in Peru, the news gathering, we would, take into consideration, like international laws as well as U.S. laws because he, is from the U.S. To the extent any of those topics arose, which they really didn't. But just to give you an example. Okay, so in the UK and all the other EU countries, what they have to look to is the European Convention of Human Rights. Prior to that, all of these European countries, all they really had from a privacy legal perspective was this sort of duty of confidence, this concept of duty of confidence. And what that really required is either an actual or an implicit, relied upon, kind of an agreement, like a confidentiality agreement between people, which made it, in the media perspective, didn't apply hardly ever. We do not have a confidence duty relationship between anybody that we're doing stories with. And that's why, historically you've seen the tabloids in the UK are just crazy, in all of Europe. But once the UK enacted the UK Human Rights Act in 2000, which gave even more meat to the European Convention of Human Rights, you'll see that the privacy rights now they've kind of gone crazy on the other end of it. And what the European Convention does is basically it is a court. It has established a court in Strasbourg, and it has kind of like a constitution. It's just a bunch of laws that all the EU countries are supposed to, that their specific laws are supposed to incorporate. And they have the European Convention has a privacy right in there, and it has a freedom of expression right in there. And what happens is that if there was a lawsuit in, Germany, for example, and we're going to talk about a case that was, and somebody loses, for example, in Germany, to a privacy claim. They sued a media organization for privacy violation. They lost. Well, if they want to appeal it, what they do is they appeal it to Strasbourg and say to Strasbourg, Germany's not complying with the ECHR. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. So then they have a hearing at Strasbourg and may or may not say, Germany, yet no, you're not. Like, you need to amend your privacy laws. You're not applying them in accordance with the strictures of the European Convention. Or they are. So that's kind of how it's now all kind of coming down. And it's really, I talk about UK primarily than the other countries because they've had more cases that have come up, so their law is more developed. You can actually look at it. But all the European Union countries have to look to the ECHR as some sort of precedence. and like I said, the ECHR, what they do have this concept of right of privacy and freedom of expression, as we do here in the U.S. But the distinction is that in the U.S., more times than not, freedom of expression is paramount. Like that's just, that's a hallmark, of our democracy. And so a lot of times, freedom of expression is going to outweigh someone's privacy right. In the UK, the courts have really been holding that kind of the opposite, that, unless it's really sort of public, political type speech and debate, that we're going to put more emphasis on someone's privacy right than we are freedom of expression, which has been like a huge problem, obviously, for the media. And we're getting ready to talk about sort of the test that in the UK the courts have laid out as to find whether someone's privacy has been violated or not. But, for example, they do not distinguish between, like we do in the U.S., between news gathering type privacy claims and publication. The test is always the same for them. It's just it doesn't matter. A violation of someone's privacy through eavesdropping, hidden camera, trespass, or what you put on air. It's all sort of going to be considered under the same test. And the test is, the first question is similar to U.S., was there a reasonable expectation of privacy? Was there a privacy claim here that was even possibly violated? And again, it's a much broader, they have much broader thinking regarding what is private than we have in the U.S. It's a much smaller sort of interpretation of what we think is private places and private conversations. And then the second question that the courts will ask in the UK, if they decide that, yes, somebody's privacy rights have in fact been violated, again, sort of similar to the U.S., well, did the public interest in the story, does the newsworthiness of the story outweigh the privacy rights? And the courts have been, except in very narrow circumstances, will hold that the privacy rights will outweigh freedom of expression. And we're going to talk about some specific cases here in just a minute. And going back also, they don't, and you'll see here these two tests, they don't consider whether something was offensive or not. The offensiveness aspect that we were talking about earlier with the stamps and all of that the U.S. law considers, and it has to still be offensive. It doesn't have to really be offensive. The courts in the UK have not really sort of brought in that offensiveness notion. Okay, so the first question to decide whether someone's privacy rights have been violated, again, similar to U.S., reasonable expectation of privacy. What we said under U.S. law is that if the general public can hear and see what's going on, then we can film and record it because they don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Well, in the UK, the question is not can other people who happen to be milling around the streets when you are doing shopping or going to the restaurants or to the movies or whatever it happens to be, can see what you're doing, is do you have an expectation that action of yours is going to be published? So it's a completely, it really favors, again, someone who's claiming that their privacy rights have been violated. Second question, the public interest, sort of the newsworthiness. And remember, we said in the U.S. that that the courts really don't second guess what's newsworthy. Like if we decide something's newsworthy, regardless of how salacious it is, most of the time the courts are going to say, you know what, it's newsworthy. Now, it may not be newsworthy enough to outweigh violating someone's privacy rights, but they're at least going to say, yes, it's newsworthy. In the UK, again, like the biggest protected speech in the UK is things about politics, things that incite public debate. That's really the only thing that you can say, I know for a fact that the court's going to say that this story was in the public interest because it related to politics. It related to a politician's ability to do their job. It related to a politician's corruption, something like that. That is where the free speech is primarily protected in the UK. Anything after that is questionable. We're going to talk about some cases, and in the case law, what they've defined thus far that might be newsworthy enough to outweigh someone's privacy right is the story correcting a misrepresentation, a lie? by a public figure? Has a public figure said, no, I didn't, do X, Y, and Z, when in fact we find out through the story that our investigation that they in fact did do that? That might be, in their public figure, that might be enough to be newsworthy enough to violate their privacy. Does the story expose illegal behavior? But just because the story is, about adultery, it exposes immoral, depraved, perverted activities, and we're going to talk about this in a second, that is completely not in the public interest. So all this story, and like the Governor Sanford, for example, in the UK, unless his adultery somehow related to his work as a governor, say he was, trying to implement some kind of, he was big on, family marital issues and things like that, like big on, that kind of thing. Maybe it would be enough to rise this story, and this salacious type story, to being newsworthy enough in the UK, but unlikely. So it's a whole different sort of, ball game now in the UK.
How about if you get like a journalist who gets a job like as a maid or a butler, posing as that with a hidden camera, goes into an MP's house, gets a job, the MP has financial records that he's cheated on his taxes, so on and so forth, and that's how they get the information.
Well, I mean, again, it's the whole test. Obviously, his privacy rights have been violated because you've gone into his house, through misrepresentation, and so his privacy has clearly been violated. You've used a hidden camera. The question then becomes, is the information that you got of such political newsworthiness and public interest that that's going to outweigh what is a huge violation of privacy in someone's home, misleading them, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that one would be, I would be really concerned under UK law to do that.
What about the guy who was, I think he was in FIFA or some football association?
Oh, we're going to talk about it.
Okay.
Don't let them remind that.
Well, the plot.
Okay.
Actually, that's not the big one I'm going to talk about, but I'm going to talk about one that's and then in the UK, too, they have, this regulatory body called Ofcom, which has regulations that give, media guidance on what they should be doing. And in the UK, they say no use of hidden cameras, for example, unless, again, it's in the public interest and can't be gotten through any other means. Sort of what Jim was talking about, can they get the story through any other means? That's something that they look at from a standards and practices perspective in deciding whether we want to use a hidden camera. Well, that's laid out specifically in the Ofcom regs. Also in Ofcom, that unless the person whose privacy rights you're violating is a public figure, if it's a private person, you have to go to that person and seek comment in advance. And we're not talking defamation, you were talking privacy. So if it were a private person, you would have to go and get their response. There is a case before the ECHR right now in Strasbourg where they're claiming that you should have to go, and if you're violating a public figure's privacy in the UK, that you should have to go, it should be a requirement that you go and seek comment from them before you publish anything private. So we'll see how that shakes out, but that's before the courts right now.
I want to say a couple of things.
Okay.
One is, just since hidden cameras came back up, there's a very good explanation of the thought process that goes into the use of hidden cameras in the Standards and Practices Guide, which you're all in the process of reading. But B5 has just a very thorough explanation, and the thing that we're talking about is information or evidence to be gathered by hidden camera microphone should significantly contribute to a story that is of substantial value to society or vital public interest. That's what I was sort of boiling down to. Give me a compelling reason to put it on TV. And then Lee and I haven't done a seminar together, so I'm not sure what comes up later. But I wanted to ask: so if the UK is so restrictive, why are the tabloids so? They publish anything.
Well, they've been, News of the World's been, called out on it. What went on, what's going on in the news today? My God, they're going to get slammed. I can't imagine that there's actually going to be a news organization, not all of Rupert Murdoch's empire, but News of the World, if they did, in fact, what, and you all know the story that they supposedly hired PIs to infiltrate, like phone records and internet and all this private information from about 1,000 public figures, from government public figures to movie star type models and that kind of a thing. It's crazy. I mean,
So they're breaking the law. They're just paying.
And they will news
living
world,
with the consequences.
and we're going to talk about some cases right now where they're living with the consequences. And as more and more cases come down, they're going to be paying a lot more. I mean, historically, these claims have not really, like in the U.S., you might get, like I said, we pay these people, millions of dollars, and the case that CNN was in with that ride-along, we're going to talk about a case, the highest amount of money was just in a recent case that we're going to talk about was, 60,000 pounds. So it wasn't a whole lot, and that's sort of, the argument of that the media organizations can just do whatever they want because they know that it's, they're really not going to have to pay too much. But I think that that's changing. It's all changing. The courts are really putting, much more emphasis on people's privacy rights, and as a consequence of that, the damages and the awards are going to continue to escalate. Okay, so some cases. The first case that we're going to talk about is related to Princess Caroline, and this was a case that it started out in Germany. And what Princess Caroline was doing is she was literally having lunch at a restaurant with a friend, walking around and shopping with shopping bags, horseback riding. These were the photographs that were published of her, and so she filed a claim in Germany and said these photographs violated my privacy rights. And Germany's like, you're going to be kidding me. This all happened in public. You were walking down the streets of the public view. People were seeing you do this. I mean, this is in no way a privacy violation. So she takes it to Strasbourg, and Strasbourg says, no, it is a violation of her privacy that a person's interaction with their friends and their private day-to-day life is subject to privacy, again, because they don't expect it to be, published. What the court distinguished, the court said, if what she was doing, the photographs related to something that Princess Caroline was doing, obviously, since she was a princess, in conjunction with her duties as, a princess and her sort of governmental responsibilities, then it wouldn't have been a violation of her privacy. But since she was just, walking around shopping and, having lunch with friends, and that was deemed to be a violation of her privacy. So, I mean, think about, like, here. I mean, that's crazy. That you've only been, in the U.S., that's just completely foreign.
TMZ wouldn't have a show.
Exactly. No, a lot of people wouldn't have a show. Right, okay, so remember that Princess Caroline case came down from Strasbourg. Just before the Princess Caroline case came down, and Strasbourg had not addressed this issue at all. And so just before Strasbourg came down, there was the Naomi Campbell case that came down in the UK. And what that case was is that she had said publicly, in being questioned about being addicted to drugs, no, I'm not addicted to drugs, no, I don't take drugs. Well, then they got pictures of her walking out of Narcotics Anonymous, they got information about what her actual drug treatment was, et cetera, et cetera. So they reported the story, they showed the pictures. And this is in the UK, before Strasbourg came down. And the court there said that the fact that she lied and that your investigation discovered that this public figure lied about something that, because she's a personal, a public figure that, kids look up to and all this, and so she said that she didn't do drugs, when in fact your investigation determined that she did, you can report that. Like, you can report that, that doesn't violate her privacy, but you went too far when you showed the picture, and you went too far when you made all these specific reporting about what her treatments were. So, so the UK courts. So right after that, then Strasbourg comes down, which is contrasted with Naomi Campbell, because in Naomi Campbell, the court said only the picture violates her privacy because she was doing something private, i.e., coming out of Narcotics Anonymous. Had she been doing just public things like what Princess Caroline was doing under the Naomi Campbell case, that those pictures would not have been a violation of her privacy. And again, even though UK has to look to Strasbourg for precedent, it doesn't have to be exactly they just have to look at it to precedent. And the UK courts have said Naomi Campbell is the law in the UK, not Princess Caroline, which related to Strasbourg and Germany. So in the UK, if somebody is doing something in the public that's not private in nature, then photographs are okay. Another story. This was a book that was being written by a former friend of this McKinnott. She was a famous Canadian singer, and they were doing sort of a tell-all book. And in the book, and this is a UK case though, and in the book, it included information about how she, related and what her demeanor was, and how she handled a very severe illness, how her emotional, state was, and how she handled her fiance getting killed. Specific information about what the interior of her house looked like, and so she sued, and for violation of privacy, and the court said yes, all of that information that I just said to you was deemed private, and reporting and publishing that was deemed a violation of her privacy. And there, the UK court said, basically prying into someone's private lives and their day-to-day, what they do from day to day is really not of the public interest. And so we will violate someone's privacy if you tell those types of things about someone in the UK.
That was a UK case, though?
It was a UK
If that had been published in the US, and then somebody in the UK wanted to pick up and report on what had been published, because that sounds like all of that would have been okay to publish in the US.
Mm-hmm. Probably, yes.
And if then in the UK they had done a story about the publishing of the story in the US, would that have gotten by?
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to try to sue.
Previously published.
Yeah, so you're saying that in the UK,
they could
news
run
world
it
or
in the UK
in
because it was previously published, and there wouldn't be a violation in the UK because the same issues that are prohibited disclosure in the UK would be okay to tell in the US.
Right, exactly. And because it had already been published, obviously. This one's sort of another UK case, and think about what we're talking about this. Naomi Campbell, the court said, unless you're doing something private, even if you're doing something private and it's in public, like walking out of drug treatment or whatever it happens to be, then your privacy rights are violated. But if you're just doing your day-to-day thing, your privacy rights are not violated, as the Strasbourg court held in Princess Caroline. Well, then we have J.K. Rowling. Her husband actually filed a lawsuit against publication of a photograph of their child being strolled down a public street in a buggy. And so public street, not doing anything particularly private in nature, strolling your kid like, people do every day. And the court held that, in fact, that was a violation of the child's privacy. And so, how the courts are going to come, is that a case that relates really only to children? There's sort of, if it's a child, then the privacy rights are going to be more heavily protected. Or is the UK now moving more towards a Princess Caroline type of, analysis versus a Naomi Campbell kind of analysis? And, again, nobody really, you just have to keep all this in mind. And these are the things that I keep in mind when I give, guidance every day about this kind of stuff. And finally, the most exciting and fun case was the case of Max Mosley, who is the president of Formula One. I think he still is. And what happened is that News of the World got one of these girls who was going to be participating in an orgy with him to wire herself and use a hidden camera and recorded all these orgy things going on. Where apparently he was in prison garb, and I'm sure you may have seen some of the video. They're sticking lights out of his head and whipping him, and all that kind of stuff. So they reported all of that for violation of privacy, and the court held that yes, there is a privacy right, obviously, because it happened in some sort of sexual activity in someone's home. So there is clearly a privacy right in that kind of an activity, but what News of the World argued was that he's the president of Formula One, like he holds a very high, powerful position here. He has to, be able to deal with all sorts of people throughout the world, of different races and religions and countries, etc. And this orgy was not just a prison orgy, as he claims it is. This was a Nazi orgy, where he was basically, belittling, the Jews in conjunction with the whole, Holocaust situation. And so that was their hook of how this became political, topic and issues and debate, because he holds this high position and he shouldn't be, doing this anti-Nazi kind of behavior. Not that it was just simply salacious orgy actions that they thought would make good ratings. And the court held there that they didn't believe that the orgy was Nazi related. So the court didn't buy the Nazi hook, and then you're just simply left with reporting someone's private sexual behavior, regardless of how weird, depraved, adulterous, and all of those things that it is, immoral. The court there said, that's somebody's privacy right, and, you violated it.
So if it had been Nazi, if they could have proven that it was not, if there was a swastika, then the court would have permitted that?
The court basically implied that. I mean, the court didn't go so far, but said that had we found that he was mocking, the Jews, then given his position, it might have been okay to publish this under the auspices of sort of political public interest type story. So, I mean, it's, these stories are crazy. And then in 2002, 2002 was Max Mosley was like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. In 2002, a British TV personality had been taken, there were hidden camera photographs of him in a brothel. And he was successful in getting a prior restraint and having those photographs not be published because they would violate his privacy, the court held. But they could report the fact that he was there. So how that story would turn out after Max Mosley, where the court held not only were the pictures a violation of his privacy, but also the story, probably the story would have held to be a violation of this guy's privacy now, if it happened after 2002. Ride-alongs. We talked about ride-alongs in the U.S. and the fact that we have to be really, really careful with ride-alongs because police can't give us the permission to go on people's private property. Trespass is a big deal here in the U.S. Fourth Amendment, we don't, we have to separate ourselves from looking like the police so that if they screw up, we're not sucked into their Fourth Amendment search and seizure issues. Well, in the UK, obviously, there's no Fourth Amendment. Also, there are very minimal trespass damages. Like they just don't, there's just damages for trespass aren't that great. So basically, we've given guidance that you can go on ride-alongs in the UK and go into you can go to places that aren't someone's private home. You can go to businesses, like, we were going to go on a warehouse sting the other day. I don't think it came down, but we were going to do that, and so that's fine. We went into, with police on a sting of some company that was selling skin bleaching cream that's not approved there, so they were, arresting these people, and so we went along in a business. We might not, do that here in the U.S., depending upon the circumstances. So, different situation there. Okay, so we're going to move on to other countries, and we're not going to get, we'll talk about it, but not in any huge, great depth. So, do you have any questions about U.S. or U.K. or anything? We good? Okay.
Republication.
No. In the defamation I did, but not. Okay, so again, we're just going to kind of go through this just so you know and you can appreciate how varied the laws are from country to country, and how we really have to be careful. We can't apply one country's law to a particular set of facts in another country. They have one-party consent for eavesdropping, which is a good thing. So they don't have anywhere like in the U.S. where you have to get all-party consent. But you can't go on ride-alongs on private property, so more similar to U.S. law with respect to ride-alongs. No hidden cameras in private places, though they do have this concept of newsworthiness, what's in the public interest. You can use hidden cameras in places open to the public, so malls and shopping centers and train stations and airports and whatever it is that happens to be open to public, you can use hidden cameras in Canada. And publication issues, Also, publication of private facts might be okay, again, as long as the newsworthiness outbalances the privacy violation. Mexico. A lot of these Latin American countries really, again, sort of have a big sphere of protection around someone's privacy, and so we have to be really careful when we're reporting about people and their private lives in a lot of these Latin American countries. Covers dignity, honor, things like that, more sort of, just broader privacy type concepts. Specifically in Mexico, you can't intrude into someone's privacy. You can't intercept or divulge any kind of information that's gotten surreptitiously. No use of hidden cameras. Some violations, in fact, are crimes, which again is another concern. In the U.S. and the U.K. is not a crime. So there, in a lot of these Latin American countries, like you may actually go to jail. Venezuela, again, it's a crime to eavesdrop. No trespassing or ride-alongs. Private life and intimacy, again, sort of, those private life issues are to be kept secret. Argentina, this came out last week and week before last in Sanford, and I did not let them, when we knew who his lover was in Argentina, and because of Argentina law, I was like, we are not going out there first. The Colombian newspaper came out with it before anybody did, and they didn't come out even with her name for a long time. I mean, those emails, all of her private information was redacted because, you really have to be careful. And she was obviously a journalist, so I'm sure she's well aware of all of this. But, before I got involved, because they were, thinking people were thinking U.S. law, they're like, oh, just go ahead and report it. We've got it. If we're good with it, if we know it's true, we're doing it. Like, it's not defamation. We know it's true. We're good with our source. We're doing it. And I'm like, no, we're not. Like, ringing that back in, like, put the brakes on. In Brazil, this, true case, think about this, if this happened in the U.S., if, Britney Spears was having naked sex on the public beach in Venice Beach, with somebody, and somebody took a picture of it, there'd be no problem. And they were doing it in public, like, you're going to be kidding me. But in Brazil, similar situation, and the photos were held to violate their privacy and were taken down. We're good in Australia. Talk about anything we want to in Australia. They really don't have any privacy laws there. They don't really have anything on the books. They don't really have a lot of case law. Nothing's really developed on it. The only case really is a 2003 case that at least acknowledges that there is a privacy right. But it was a stalker type of a case, so it didn't really relate to the media. And it did have they said that there was a newsworthy defense. They do have eavesdropping laws, and each state in Australia, similar to the U.S., is different. So depending upon exactly where in Australia you might be recording a private conversation. Russia, as Jim said, we dealt with this just last week, and what they wanted to do is to use a hidden camera to go into these stores and talk to people, pirates of DVDs, to just ask what the price was going to be, when they were going to have the new Harry Potter movie, things like that. And they were going to do it with a hidden camera, and I said, we just can't do that. You have to have a court order to use a hidden camera in Russia. Also, reporting anytime, and in the UK, there's very specific laws, as there are in Russia and many other countries, when you're reporting on children, minors, as victims or as defendants in a crime, and sometimes even as witnesses in a crime or suspects in a crime. We always have to be very, very careful. I incorporate all those specific UK issues on that when I do my little spiel on contempt of court, which I'll do a seminar on that at some point soon. But just keep in mind when you're talking about juveniles as anything in conjunction with a crime to be careful. Also in the UK, identity of rape victims, against the law there too. Romania, just part of the EU as of 2007. Prior to that, so they have very undeveloped privacy laws, though they are now subject to, the Strasbourg rules, so you would have to take that into consideration in Romania. We do stories in Romania, a lot of the trafficking, child trafficking, prostitute trafficking, things like that. A lot of that comes out of Romania, so we've done stories out of Romania. Singapore, again, we're good. Singapore, Australia. Not a whole lot of privacy laws there. They do have laws against reporting with respect to minors and crimes and rape victims and things like that, but they don't have very many privacy laws there. Italy, an EU country, obviously, but they have, they do have some developed privacy rights. They take into consideration the public interest. They've never been brought before Strasbourg, so although they looked at the precedent, there's never been Strasbourg's never really come down on them. You can go on to private property with ride-alongs in Italy, and you might be violating someone's privacy to show something prejudicial, to their dignity or their reputation. The president of Italy just got those photographs censored that showed, they were taken. If that had happened here in the U.S., we probably would show those photographs, those same photos that were taken, inside his sort of party palace. We may have blurred the girls and the party girls, but the photos themselves, and El País did blur, but he was still successful in getting them censored. So, Italy does have a journalist ethics code, so there's no wiretapping or eavesdropping allowed in a home. There's been a case that's held that only applies to homes, so theoretically, conceivably, possibly, you could surreptitiously record outside audio outside of someone's home. They've got like this weird sort of, you can't show people in custody or in handcuffs, and it's on the books. But I'm told by Al Goodman that it is not really it's not paid attention to. It's not really, except in very unusual circumstances, is this really looked to, because it actually came up in, I think it was in it was a big mafia bust several months ago in Russia, and they were escorting all these alleged mafia people in, and I was like, geez, we're really not supposed to be doing that in custody. And so he called around, and we decided that people, but they've been doing it, the media been reporting things like that, showing things like that. No one's really called them out on it, so it's a risk that we're willing to take, but it is on the books. This is Israel. This comes up a lot in conjunction, obviously, with our reporting in Israel. You can't publish anything that they're doing, even if it's in public, that might shame or degrade them. So, think about all the reporting that we do, the pictures that we show, these horrible pictures of, these maimed and mutilated, kids on the streets. And so we have this conversation, we've had this conversation several times, and where it always comes out is that the people of Israel want the world to see this. Like, they want the world to see, how their people are being, mutilated and treated, and et cetera, et cetera. So we usually publish that. We might blur the kid's face, things like that, or the adult's face, for that matter. It doesn't apply just to children. But, those types of issues do, there are laws against that in Israel. Again, some violations of privacy are a crime. India. Again, not very well-developed privacy laws in India, though they have laws against, showing children as being neglected or delinquent. And this has come up in conjunction with the child labor stories, in violation of child labor laws in India. But that particular prohibition against reporting on, a child that might, denigrate them or show them as being neglected or delinquent, they have to be being administered under India's Delinquent Children's Act. So, it all gets very complicated. Some kids are and some kids aren't, and I don't really know how a child becomes administered under that act, but I have definitely made, Dan Rivers and others find that out before we've done those stories, and whether we've decided whether we're going to blur these kids or not blur these kids. And then otherwise, when it comes to kids, you can show them as long as it doesn't denigrate or stigmatize them. So, arguably that child labor could do that as well. And that's it. Those are all the countries that I have to go over with you guys.
What about Quebec?
I don't have Quebec. Quebec, I think they're just crazy there. They got that French influence, and I don't know. It's all kind of crazy there.
What do you know about China?
China, I think I've done some, off the top of my head, I don't know. What I do is, obviously we do lots of stories in China, and I keep these giant notebooks in my office, and every time we do a story on a country that relates to privacy or defamation or copyright, I keep all the information and all the articles and all the stuff, and so I can usually pretty quickly look up, if you had a real question, I could look it up pretty quickly, and if not, I can research it quickly, and if I can't do that, then I can call it. But off the top of my head, I don't really, obviously, for example, in Myanmar, when we have done some hidden camera work there, Anderson did with Sanjay, and that's a scary place to be doing hidden camera work, I'll tell you right now. It's not that they really have developed privacy laws per se, but they'll just you're in jail and you're done. You're thrown away. So, those kinds of countries, China, those places, I would be, very, very concerned about doing any kind of hidden camera stuff. North Korea, we've done that too. Scary, scary stuff, though. Jim, do you have anything to add?
No.
No? Nope. Any more questions? You guys happy to be out 25 minutes early? Well, thank you all so much for coming. Actually, can you all wait 1 second? We were going to do this, and I didn't do it because I had in my head that this was ending at 4 instead of 4:30. And that's why I didn't, in between the U.S. and the international stuff, ask you guys to go around. But do you mind to do that? I know a lot of your names and faces, but some I don't, and Jim doesn't, and so it'd be great. And tell us what you do.
Yeah, I'm Steve Johnston. I produce the 9 p.m. newscast.
David Molko, I do the 7p Hong Kong show.
Doug McKinney, I'm an editor and writer.
Paul Ferguson of News Gathering Infrastructure.
John Branch with Rights and Clearances.
Robin Turner, I produce Inside Africa. Luisa De Silva, news anchor.
Nadia Lancy, writer, editor.
Andy Bauer, writer, editor.
Sophia Halasowski, I'm an intern on the international desk.
Mariana Figueroa, I'm also an intern on the international desk.
Ari Bells, I'm an editor.
I'm Alden Mahler, I'm a researcher at the international desk.
Earl Casey, international desk planning.
Reed Binion, associate producer, CNI.
Terry Elmore, IDIS producer.
Jack Cross, editor.
Arthur Meshach, senior producer, CNI.
Bruce Conover, international desk meetings planner.
Zarif Moslem Shoiva, international desk assignment editor.
Christabel Fogel, international desk assignment. Margaret Julas,
Okay. Thank you guys so much.
Thank
Again,
you.
thanks for coming. Appreciate it. And everybody signed up their name, right? Checked in? Whether,
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate coming. I think it's somebody that doesn't know.
Totally different. The other one, yesterday was about ethics. Like, when is it okay? No, that one. Yesterday was more interactive.
I'm not working.
Yeah. Yeah, question. story more. But I guess I'll do it at home. Yeah. Or tomorrow. Yeah, I think I've already got what I need for it, so.
Yeah, I'm ready.
What time do you come in tomorrow?
10 a.m. Leave at 6 usually.
Is that how it is every day? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. See you tomorrow.
Well, you know, trying to learn. People who didn't attend, they should ask you next time. They can see all my notes. I got the other intern to go to. Oh my good. It's nice to know.
Every day. And the ones who don't know,
You're not going to memorize every country's law.
and then we don't even get any papers to take home and like keep in your drawer.
They should give you like a book.
No, even within the U.S., this I think, first I was like, oh, this case from Georgia to Ohio to Ohio. Apparently every state has its own rule of law that you can bend it in one state, even in another state. What? Yes, it's more complicated than other countries.
Yeah, I mean, 50 states, 50 different laws, and then you have Russia, one law.
Yeah, one law.
For Australia, no law.
Australia, no law. China, no law, but we kick your ass. You know,
Shoot you anyway.
it should be so easy. If they want to talk about America and what we can do, that's what domestic should be doing. This is that.
Yeah, and also, yeah, it should have been more like domestic.
How often do we do it with domestic?
One answer, hire